Chapter 2159. With so many forks, it was obvious that some were safe and some were dangerous. But Yang Kai didn't know which one to choose for a while, so he could only grit his teeth and choose a path at random. Just as he disappeared, Lan Sun and Xiao Chen also escaped from the illusion array, and Yang Kai's back just happened to be printed in Lan Sun's field of vision. Ha! Lan Sun's eyes showed surprise. He was faster than me? What? Xiao Chen followed behind Lan Sun and didn't notice the situation ahead, so he couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Lan Sun shook her head and glanced back. She found that the two of them were only 10 steps away from the previous entrance. The surrounding area was empty, and there was no trace of other people. She knew the power of the illusion array, and was too lazy to care about the life or death of others. She said to Xiao Chen, "Let's keep going." After a while, the two came to the front of the fork. Lan Sun deliberately chose a different path from Yang Kai's and walked in. Although there were many forks here, the light was not dim. There were some strange glowing stones around the forks, emitting a soft light. Yang Kai radiated his divine sense to a distance of 20 feet around him. While being vigilant of possible dangers, he groped forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange expression and listened carefully. The sound of fighting vaguely came from the front, and there seemed to be a trace of bloody smell. Startled, he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He held his breath. He slowly walked forward. After a while, he came to an empty hall. Although the area of this hall was not as big as the place where everyone entered at the beginning, it was not small. The situation in the hall was clear at a glance, and there was not much strange about it. There was only a pool in the middle of the hall. It was more than 45 feet deep, and it was unknown what was originally inside. But at the moment it was empty. On the left side of the hall, there was a long table with 2 spirit fruits on it. The spirit fruits had been here for who knows how many flowing time Great Emperor. But they still looked as fresh as new and even exuded a strong fragrance. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They looked like 2 ripe peaches, making people salivate. "This is the flowing time Great Emperor fruit." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized what this spirit fruit was. He had previously obtained the jade slip left behind by Gong Suanmu, the 3rd disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills, under the Yuan Furnace Mountain. The jade slip recorded the names, appearances, and refining methods of various rare spirit herbs and medicines in the star boundary in detail. Yang Kai had already memorized the contents of the jade slip, so how could he not recognize it? So the Flowing Time Great Emperor is something that only exists in the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although he already knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was a fruit, he knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was not a fruit. However, he had never associated it with the Flowing Time Temple. Now that he had seen the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately understood. The Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit had a very strange effect. It did not have any substantial help to a cultivator's cultivation. But even so, it did not hinder its rarity and preciousness. In the jade slip left behind by Gong Sunmu, it was recorded that the Flowing Time fruit had 2 diametrically opposite effects. One was that it could rejuvenate a person's youth, allowing an elderly person to regain their youthful appearance for a short period of time, while the other was like a poison of time. It could make a young man age in the blink of an eye. If one did not know how to distinguish between different Flowing Time Great Emperor fruits, no one would dare to take them rashly. Not to mention whether the second effect was useful or not. The first effect would definitely make countless cultivators go crazy, especially female cultivators. Which one of them did not want to be young forever? Which one of them did not want to be young forever? But no matter how high their cultivation was, or how exquisite their youth-retaining technique was, the Flowing Time Great Emperor would still leave some marks on their bodies. As time passed, these marks would become more and more obvious. But if there was a Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit that could rejuvenate a person, it would be different. Even an old woman would become peerless in the blink of an eye. Of course, this did not mean that the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit was only useful for women. For those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan, but had no hope of breaking through, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit was undoubtedly a good medicine to increase their lifespan. It could make a cultivator return to their physical state decades, or even hundreds of years ago, which was equivalent to adding decades, or even hundreds of years of lifespan out of thin air. To some extent, the value of this thing was even more precious than an emperor artifact. After Yang Kai recognized the flowing time great emperor fruit, he immediately became spirited. If this spirit fruit fell into the hands of others, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of effect it would have, but in his hands, it would be incredible. He was an alchemist, and could use the flowing time great emperor fruit as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of flowing time great emperor pills. This was an almost extinct spirit pill that represented a huge amount of capital and wealth. Yang Kai quietly swallowed his saliva and turned his eyes to the center of the hall. There a man and a monster were fighting. The sounds of fighting that Yang Kai had heard before were also made by them. This man was none other than Kong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the monster, it was blood-red in color, as if it was made entirely of blood, and its entire body exuded a nauseating bloody aura. This blood monster had a humanoid upper body, a round head and 2 arms. Its lower body, however, was in the shape of a flowing top. As it ran around the hall, it waved its fists, which were wrapped in a thick bloody aura, as if it could explode the air. The light of source qi around Kong Qi's body blossomed as his expression became dignified. From time to time, he would display a powerful attack towards the blood monster, seemingly probing for its weakness. A cultivator like Kong Qi was generally a cautious person. After encountering a strong enemy, he would not act unless he was absolutely sure he could win. Before Yang Kai arrived, Kong Qi had been dealing with this blood monster for a while, and had basically figured out the other party's routines and moves. He was now looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to this blood monster. How did I end up on the same path as this guy? Yang Kai hid in the dark and frowned. There were more than a dozen forks in the road before. He had just chosen one at random, and hadn't expected someone to beat him to it. But fortunately, Kong Qi had walked ahead of him. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been the one dealing with this blood monster at this moment. Looking at the battlefield, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the 2 flowing time great emperor fruits on the long table, and a despicable idea came to his mind uncontrollably. While this guy is attracting the blood monster's attention, I can secretly take away the flowing time great emperor fruits. That wouldn't be too much, right? Before this, Yang Kai had never had any dealings with Kong Qi. There was no gratitude or grievance between them, so when this idea came to him, Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, he immediately displayed his nihility secret technique, restrained all his aura, and then cautiously walked towards the other side. After displaying his nihility secret technique, Yang Kai didn't really exist in the void, but instead completely isolated his aura, making it impossible for others to spy on his existence with their divine sense. Unless the person spying on him had a divine sense strong enough to penetrate the void. The only weakness of this secret technique was that others could see him with the naked eye. The hall wasn't too big, so if Yang Kai acted too fiercely, he would obviously expose his whereabouts. But he was also a cautious person, so he waited until Kong Qi and the blood monster had both entered his blind spot before suddenly taking action. Rushing forward, because he didn't need to worry about being detected by the divine senses of others. As such, Yang Kai's actions could be said to be unscrupulous. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived in front of the long table, and reached out to grab the 2 flowing time great emperor fruits, intending to put them into his space ring. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a light curtain-like barrier appeared above the long table, directly blocking Yang Kai's hand. Crap, Yang Kai muttered to himself, knowing that he definitely wouldn't be able to sneak around under the eyes of others. Sure enough, the moment the light curtain flashed, Kong Qi and the blood monster, who were fighting fiercely, both noticed it and cast their gazes towards it. Kong Qi had a stunned expression on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that someone would be able to steal his spoils without him noticing. He couldn't help but tease, "Friend, your cultivation isn't high, but your courage isn't small." "It's just as though," Yang Kai answered casually, his source chi erupting from his body as he punched the light curtain on the long table. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai might as well openly snatch the fruits. The barrier on this light curtain was indeed extraordinary. Even after experiencing countless flowing time Great Emperor fruits, it was still able to function. But after taking a blow from Yang Kai, it finally shattered. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, grabbing one of the flowing time Great Emperor fruits and throwing it directly into his space ring. Kong Chi looked angry. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. After he came in, he found the 2 flowing time Great Emperor fruits. But before he could take them, the blood pool in the hall suddenly roiled and quickly condensed into a huge blood monster. Kong Chi had no choice but to fight with this blood monster, wanting to finish it off as soon as possible, so he could collect the spoils. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would appear out of nowhere and snatch what should have been his? Roar. After the flowing time Great Emperor fruits were taken away by Yang Kai, the blood monster, which was already shrouded in a violent and hostile aura, let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai madly, throwing a huge punch at him. This blow. Kong Chi's eyes narrowed as a look of horror appeared on his face. He had just fought with this blood monster for a long time, and thought he had a good grasp of its strength, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Judging from its attack on Yang Kai, it was clear that this blood monster was definitely not as easy to deal with as he had thought. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai again and sneered, muttering to himself, "First Order Dao Source Realm is going to be killed instantly?" In his opinion, even if he wanted to defend against this blow, it would not be easy. So wouldn't a mere First Order Dao Source Realm be killed in the blink of an eye? Chapter 2160. Kong. A violent explosion, a violent shockwave, and a wave of blood flooded the place where Yang Kai stood. Seeking death, Kong Chi stared ahead and coldly snorted, his eyes carefully searching the chaotic area, trying to find the space ring left behind by Yang Kai after his death. However, there was nothing there. Could it be that even his space ring was destroyed? Kong Chi's face turned slightly pale. He wasn't shocked by the strength of this blood monster, but by the treasures in Yang Kai's space ring. Not to mention what good things Yang Kai had in his possession. The 2 unusual spirit fruits were absolutely valuable. If Yang Kai's space ring had really been destroyed by this blood monster, everything in it would have been banished to the void, never to be found again. Just as Kong Chi was lost in thought, the blood monster roared again, and a blood-red light burst from its body, radiating outwards. "What's going on?" Kong Chi frowned, and hurriedly leapt into the air to avoid the red light. At the same time, the blood-red light spread out and filled the entire hall, forming a red light curtain that sealed all the entrances and exits. The next moment at the exit, the red light curtain caved in slightly, and a figure strangely appeared, as if it had been ejected. "There's such a trick." Kai Yang was stunned while he spoke. While speaking, he threw a punch. He punched towards the light curtain. To his surprise, although this light curtain looked extremely thin, it was actually extremely tough. His punch, which was full of power, actually did not break it, only leaving behind a fist mark. Moreover, this fist mark also recovered in a very short time. Kong Chi, who was floating midair, suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Looking at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You're not dead?" A cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm was actually unscathed under the blood monster's attack, and had even managed to escape to the exit without anyone noticing. If it weren't for the blood monster being vigilant and using some unknown method to seal the exit, Kong Chi would have already escaped. At that time, the furious blood monster would definitely vent its anger on Kong Chi. In the end, Kong Chi would not only fail to eat the meat he had eaten, he would also be in trouble. This little brat is too insidious and vicious. He's simply inhuman. After Kong Chi understood this, his anger surged, wishing he could rush down and join forces with the blood monster to beat Yang Kai to a pulp. "Haha. Hello, Brother Kong." Yang Kai greeted Kong Chi a little awkwardly. Originally, he could have feigned death and escaped, leaving Kong Chi to deal with this blood monster alone. Unfortunately, His plan could not keep up with the changes, and he was trapped in the end. Hello my ass. Kong Chi's face became gloomy as he snorted. But if you die, I'll be happy. He and Yang Kai had never met before. And seeing how the other party had acted just now, his first impression of Yang Kai was naturally not very good, feeling that this person was both evil and treacherous. Since this person was not someone he could befriend, he naturally would not treat kindly. Yang Kai didn't mind and simply smiled. Brother Kong is too polite, as the saying goes. At home you rely on your parents, but outside you rely on your friends. Who's your friend? Kong Chi didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting him, his veins bulging. Good. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as his figure flickered, and he dodged a killing blow from the blood monster. Since he secretly took the 2 flowing time Great Emperor fruits, this blood monster seemed to regard him as the murderer of its father, and attacked him fiercely, completely ignoring Kong Chi. The blood monster's body was huge, and Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so it wasn't difficult for him to avoid it. The only thing that made Yang Kai vigilant was the blood qi emanating from this monster's body. This strange blood qi seemed to have some kind of corrosive power that was constantly corroding his source qi and trying to invade his body. While avoiding the blood monster's attacks, Yang Kai shouted, "Brother Kong, why don't you come down and help me kill this blood monster?" Kong Chi crossed his arms and sneered. "Why should I go down and help? It's looking for you, not me. Your life or death has nothing to do with me." Brother Kong's words are wrong. Yang Kai shook his head, his voice coming out intermittently. While moving at high speed, his voice was somewhat erratic. "As you can see, this hall seems to have been sealed by some kind of power. Unless we kill it, we won't be able to leave this place. Brother Kong, are you willing to be trapped here?" Kong Chi smiled and said, "I can wait until it kills you." Yang Kai sneered and said, "With all due respect, Brother Kong, although your strength is good, if you want to kill this monster alone, won't it be difficult?" Kong Chi's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Yang Kai said was true. If it were before Yang Kai came here, Kong Chi would have been confident that he could easily take down this blood monster. But judging from the combat power it was displaying at this moment, it was obvious it had been hiding some of its strength. Even if Kong Chi used his trump card, he would have to pay a price to kill this blood monster. What's more, only the heavens knew what dangers awaited them. So unless he had no other choice, Kong Chi was unwilling to use the power he didn't want to use. Thinking so, Kong Chi's expression became serious as he narrowed his eyes towards Yang Kai and said meaningfully, "Your Excellency seems to be an extraordinary person." Only now did he suddenly notice that while dealing with this blood monster, Yang Kai was also casually chatting with him. This was definitely not something a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could do. And combined with his previous strange performance, Kong Chi couldn't help wondering which sect this young man came from, and why he possessed such strength. Brother Kong is too polite. This Yang is just a little confident in his movement skill. As Yang Kai spoke, he deliberately paused mid-air, waiting for the blood monster's attack to reach him before suddenly disappearing, as if he was deliberately showing off. Just a movement skill. Kong Chi muttered to himself, not intending to verify this, instead shouting loudly, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what you took before. I'll give you one." Yang Kai seemed to know what he was going to say. He immediately replied. Just as he finished speaking, something flew over from Yang Kai's side. Kong Chi frowned and reached out to catch it, quickly discovering that it was the spirit fruit that had been placed on the long table before. So straightforward. Yang Kai's action stunned Kong Chi. "Brother Kong, if you and I join forces to kill this enemy, we can split the spoils in half. There shouldn't be any problems, right? You can't monopolize it." Yang Kai's voice came out again. Kong Chi carefully checked the spirit fruit in his hand. After confirming that it had not been tampered with, Kong Chi solemnly put it into his space ring and said lightly, "Although you're a little disagreeable, since you're so sincere, this Kong will cooperate with you." Yang Kai grinned. Brother Kong is really smart. Delay it well. This Kong needs some time to perform this move. Saying so, Kong Chi's source chi shook. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, A golden copper coin appeared in his palm, and after a loud shout, he madly poured his source chi into it. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of powerful secret technique Kong Chi was about to use. And it was one he was using with the help of an artifact. The power of this technique was definitely extraordinary. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on Kong Chi's face as he focused on delaying the enemy. Kong Chi did this out of self-confidence. Although he felt that Yang Kai was an extraordinary cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm, he didn't think Yang Kai was stronger than him. Yang Kai being able to contend with the blood monster for so long was only because of his outstanding movement skill and speed. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to the blood monster, he would have to take action himself. As such, he took on the role of the main attacker. Sure enough, Yang Kai didn't disappoint him, leading the blood monster around the hall. Not a single hair on the blood monster's body was touched. On the contrary, as the energy fluctuations around Kong Chi continued to rise, the blood monster seemed to faintly feel uneasy and became more and more irritable. At a certain moment, the blood monster finally gave up chasing Yang Kai and instead turned its head to stare at Kong Chi with its scarlet eyes. With a loud roar, its huge body transformed into a blood-red beam of light and rushed straight towards Kong Chi. Kong Chi's eyes narrowed, and he almost gave up on condensing his secret technique to escape. At that moment, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of him, waving his 10 fingers as he sent out a series of golden blood threads. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light as the countless golden blood threads entwined with each other and condensed into a golden shield in the blink of an eye. Kong. When the blood monster's body hit the golden blood shield, its huge body was immediately exposed, and it was forced back several steps. At the same time, the shield condensed from golden blood threads dissipated and transformed back into countless golden blood threads. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took them all back into his body before quickly asking, "Brother Kong, if you're ready, you should act quickly. I won't be able to stop it a second time." "What a coincidence. I was just about to begin." Kong Chi grinned, his expression becoming solemn in the next moment as he flicked his finger and sent the golden copper coin in his hand flying out. His hands danced in the air, forming a series of hand seals as he muttered, "Coin fall, primordial unity chi. Asterisk shio shio shio." Asterisk in midair, the coin suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a sky full of coins appeared. Each coin emitted a buzzing sound as it flew through the air, as if it had a strong ability to shrink, constantly growing larger and smaller. Under the control of Kong Chi's divine sense, these countless coins flew towards the blood monster in unison. The blood monster seemed to feel something and hurriedly retreated, but no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than this strange artifact? In the blink of an eye, the blood monster was caught by one of the coins, which then expanded in size and wrapped around the blood monster's body, binding it tightly and restraining its movements. Immediately afterwards, a second and third coin fell, also wrapping around the blood monster's body, making it even more difficult for it to move. As more and more coins fell, the blood monster was completely trapped in a very short period of time. Looking at it from head to toe, the huge blood monster was tightly bound by countless coins. It was airtight. Chapter 2161. At a glance, the arrogant blood monster was now wrapped like a rice dumpling by the countless golden copper coins. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai vaguely had a premonition of Kong Chi's next move and quickly retreated. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was about to move, Kong Chi suddenly shouted, "Die!" As soon as these words fell, a buzzing sound rang out. The countless golden copper coins seemed to have turned into extremely sharp weapons at this moment. They suddenly shrank and cut through the blood monster's body. As the golden light dissipated, the countless copper coins turned back into a single coin and were taken back by Kong Chi. However, the blood monster that stood on the spot suddenly collapsed. When it fell, its body turned into pieces that were as thin as cicadas' wings, turning into pus that flowed all over the ground. The hall was soon filled with a nauseating smell. Unable to withstand a single blow, Kong Qi landed from midair with a confident look and coldly snorted. If it weren't for his slightly pale face, his words would undoubtedly have been more convincing. The move just now had obviously consumed a lot of his strength. Yang Kai smiled faintly, but just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked around with rapt attention. What's wrong? Kong Qi saw Yang Kai's startled expression and couldn't help frowning. Brother Kong, haven't you noticed that the barrier around this room hasn't been removed? Yang Kai glanced at the entrance and asked. After hearing what he said, Kong Qi looked left and right in hindsight. Wondering, he asked, "It's true, why is that?" There are two possibilities. Yang Kai's face sank as he looked at Kong Qi solemnly and said, "The first possibility is that this barrier was originally set up in this room, and has nothing to do with the blood monster. So even if it died, the barrier around it still remains. Even if it died, the barrier still hasn't disappeared. Then the other possibility, Kong Qi was not a fool, so how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to say? As he spoke, he glanced towards the ground and shouted, "It's not dead." As soon as his voice fell, the pool of blood-red pus on the ground squirmed rapidly and poured into the pool in the center of the room, as if it were alive. He's really not dead? Kong Qi was shocked. The blood monster had already been cut into countless thin pieces by Yang Kai's secret technique and artifact, but even so, it still hadn't been destroyed. From this, one could see how bizarre it was. This blood pool is the key. Yang Kai seemed to have realized something. As he spoke, the blood in the blood pool kept boiling and bubbling. It looked like another blood monster was about to be born. How troublesome. Kong Qi couldn't help retreating a few steps, his face filled with worry as he proposed. How about you and I join forces? Break the restriction. It's better to leave first. Kong Qi really didn't want to fight against this strange and almost unkillable monster. Yang Kai stood where he was and turned a deaf ear to him. Did you hear what I said? Kong Qi frowned and shouted. Oh, Yang Kai finally responded and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. I suddenly have a good idea." What? Kong Qi asked in amazement. But Yang Kai didn't answer him, and instead stood in front of the blood pool, assuming a strange posture, as he stretched out his hand and grasped forward. At the same time, he raised his qi and called out. Raising his hand, Yang Kai shouted, "Ocean Divine Art Absorb." What the hell? Kong Qi's mouth twitched, really not knowing what to say to Yang Kai, because even with his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of a secret art called the Ocean Divine Art. It was obvious that this secret art was either made up by Yang Kai himself, or was some kind of garbage secret art. But in the next moment, a scene that made Kong Qi's eyes pop out of their sockets appeared. The churning blood in the blood pool was actually sucked up by Yang Kai, and it continuously flowed into his palm, disappearing without a trace. The blood in the blood pool churned even more violently, and vaguely roaring and struggling could be heard. But because the body of the blood monster had not yet been fully formed, it was unable to resist, and could only be pulled towards Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai's palm was like a bottomless pit at this moment, sucking in the blood full of evil aura. Kong Qi was dumbfounded, and could not help feeling a storm in the depths of his heart, constantly rubbing his eyes and telling himself that this was an illusion. But no matter how he looked at it, the scene in front of him was extremely real. At the same time, Yang Kai maintained his strange posture in Kong Qi's blind spot, holding the sealed world bead in his hand, as he communicated with his embodiment with his divine sense. Are you sure you can refine this thing? The embodiment replied, This blood contains a huge amount of energy, and is of great use to me. The heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art devours everything. So how can this trivial blood be an exception? I've even refined 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Good, since you say so. Yang Kai no longer said anything. If the embodiment had not suddenly sent him a message just now, he would not have used the sealed world bead to suck this pool of blood into his sealed world bead. After a pause, he exhorted, But you still have to be careful. Don't let those evil thoughts contaminate your soul. I understand. Inside the hall, Kong Qi's expression was one of surprise, shock, amazement, and so on. As time passed, The pool of blood soon disappeared along with the indistinct wails. At the same time, the light screen restriction that sealed the room was broken. After the blood was completely sucked dry, Kai Yang drew a circle in the air with his hands, condensed his qi into his dantian, and assumed a posture of finishing his cultivation. After turning around, he didn't forget to pat his stomach and burp, looking like he was very full. Kong Chi's face turned green. "Brother Kong, it was a pleasure working with you. You're truly worthy of being an elite of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. That falling gold coin just now really opened my eyes. You truly live up to your reputation. Brother Kong's name is well deserved." As he spoke to hear, he paused for a moment. Tilting his head, he looked at Kong Chi. "Why are you making such an expression?" Kong Chi's mouth twitched as he said, "I just want to ask your body. Is there any abnormal reaction?" "I don't," Kai Yang replied, while continuing to walk forward. Kong Chi took a few steps back and raised his hand. "Don't come over, just stand there and talk." If Kong Chi's attitude towards Yang Kai before was one of disgust and vigilance, but now it was pure disgust. He looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a maggot crawling out of a cesspool, not daring to look directly at him. Brother Kong seems to be a person who loves cleanliness. Yang Kai grinned and said meaningfully, "It has nothing to do with cleanliness." Kong Chi endured the discomfort in his abdomen and replied quickly, immediately closing his mouth and nose. "By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell Brother Kong. You should ask your Chamber of Commerce's elders about this spirit fruit after you go back. Identify the variety and effect before making any plans, but don't eat it easily." Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and cautioned. After all, although the 2 flowing time Great Emperor fruits looked the same, they were very different. The one Yang Kai gave to Kong Chi had a small problem. If Kong Chi suffered because of this, he would not be able to escape responsibility. "You don't need to remind me of this kind of thing." Kong Chi frowned. He secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too concerned. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned, saying, "This matter is over, how about we?" But before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Kong Chi cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Turning around, Kong Chi rushed out of the hall. He didn't even bother to say anything like "see you again," as if he didn't want to see Yang Kai again. He really ran away fast. Yang Kai looked in the direction Kong Chi disappeared and muttered to himself. After standing in place for a moment, he didn't turn around and instead followed Kong Chi. Although he had accidentally chosen the same fork as Kong Chi, it was already too late. But at this moment, it was probably too late to return. The other cultivators had probably also escaped from the illusory array and rushed into different forks. Even if Yang Kai made a choice, he would still have to follow the same path as the others, so he simply didn't want to waste time. After this hall, there was still a corridor dotted with strange stones. There seemed to be a few small barriers along the way, but they were all broken by Kong Chi. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was safe and sound. After walking for about half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and grinned towards the figure standing in front of him. "Brother Kong, why are you waiting for me here? Did you encounter some kind of trouble?" "No." Seeing him approaching, Kong Chi felt an inexplicable sense of panic and stepped back a few steps before asking, "There is a fork here. Which one do you want to take?" Yang Kai heard this and glanced around and found that there were indeed 2 forks, but there weren't many of them, only 2. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai immediately understood why Kong Chi had deliberately waited here. This guy obviously didn't want to take the same path as him, so he waited here to confirm, not even hesitating to delay. "Which one does Brother Kong want to take?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Kong Chi's mouth twitched as he said, "Whichever one you take, I'll take the other." "Is that so? I still want to follow Brother Kong." "Don't mention this again." Kong Chi hurriedly stopped him and said coldly, "Hurry up and choose, don't dawdle." "Then let's go this way." Kai Yang pointed to the fork on the right. Saying so, Kong Chi's figure flickered and rushed into the left fork, disappearing soon after. "This guy is quite interesting." Yang Kai stared in the direction Kong Chi disappeared and grinned meaningfully before turning around and stepping into the right fork. In fact, even if Kong Chi hadn't deliberately waited for him here, Yang Kai would have chosen a different direction. Although it was good to have someone leading the way, if all the benefits fell into someone else's hands, Yang Kai didn't want to see that happen. The rest of the way was quite peaceful, and although there were a few small barriers, they were all successfully broken by Yang Kai. At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he looked up, and found that there was a door-like existence in front of him, from which the dazzling light was being emitted. Chapter 2162. With the light guiding the way, Yang Kai couldn't help quickening his pace. Not long after, he passed through the door. What he saw was a straight white jade staircase, pure and flawless. It was impossible to see the end of it, and it was difficult for his divine sense to see the end of it. At the bottom of this white jade staircase, to the right of Yang Kai, there was a stone tablet with a line of large characters engraved on it. Yang Kai looked down and read, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase?" He frowned with a blank look on his face. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this white jade staircase, but he didn't dare to move forward rashly, lest he encounter any danger. Fortunately, there was no one else here, so after thinking for a while, he directly summoned Hua Qingxi. After all, Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and had been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time, so she should know more about the Flowing Time Temple than he did. With a flash of light, Hua Qingxi's figure appeared. She looked around blankly at first, as if she didn't know where she was now. "This is the Flowing Time Temple," Yang Kai said from the side. "Huh?" Hua Qingxi responded in surprise, and immediately said with joy, "You really found the Flowing Time Temple?" "And it was a coincidence. I don't know why it appeared," Yang Kai said. "Take a look at this first." While speaking, Yang Kai pointed to the white jade staircase in front of him, and the stone tablet beside him. Hua Qingxi glanced at the stone tablet, and her tender body trembled. "The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase? You really know?" Yang Kai observed her expression. He immediately understood that she should have some understanding of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "Tell me, what's the secret behind this?" Hua Qingxi took a deep breath, and calmed the excitement in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "The stairway of the Flowing Time Great Emperor is said to contain the understanding and control of the principles of time of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Those who step on this stairway can be cleansed by the principles of time. It is of great benefit to the cultivator." Her eyes were shining, and she was eager to try it out. "What if it fails?" Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi was startled. She stammered for a while before saying, "I don't know. Probably there will be some terrible consequences." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that Hua Qingxi didn't know much about the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but she was still better than him. Seeing that Yang Kai was pondering, Hua Qingxi pursed her red lips and said, "Whether you want to go up or not, I want to go up and try." Yang Kai glanced at her. He smiled and said, "Since it's an opportunity, I naturally can't miss it. And call Ruashi out too." While speaking, he stretched out his hand again, and called Zhang Ruashi out. After explaining the wonders of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase to Zhang Ruashi, Yang Kai looked at her and said, "It's up to you whether you want to go up or not, although I don't know what the consequences will be if you fail. But it shouldn't be too wonderful. But don't worry, if it really comes to that, I will take you into the small sealed world. I want to go up." To Yang Kai's surprise, Zhang Ruashi didn't hesitate at all after hearing this. Instead, she expressed her opinion very actively. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. "This little girl is young, but she's quite energetic. In that case, let's go together." Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, "Don't go too far away from me, otherwise something will happen. I may not be able to take you into the small sealed world in time." Zhang Ruashi nodded nervously, her face slightly flushed because of excitement. Hua Qingxi smiled charmingly. "Then you have to follow behind elder sister well." Yang Kai glanced at her, sneered and stepped up the white jade stairs. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruashi's expressions became serious, and they stepped up side by side. Suddenly, a pure white energy emerged from the white jade stairs, and turned into a cloud that shrouded the three of them, giving them the illusion that they were walking on clouds. At the same time, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a strange force pour into his body. Like a catalyst, it cleansed the source qi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea, making his source qi and spiritual energy more vigorous and condensed. This force was indescribable, as if the flowing time Great Emperor was passing, and as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, his strength was also increasing step by step. It was clearly just a moment, but the three of them felt like a long time had passed. A wonderful feeling lingered in their hearts. Yang Kai glanced around and found that Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi were both at ease. After confirming that the two of them were fine, he took another step forward. As the feeling grew stronger, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he opened his mind to accept the baptism of the principles of time on the stairs. His source qi and spiritual energy became more and more vigorous and pure. At the beginning, Yang Kai still had the leisure to observe the situation of Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi, lest the two of them couldn't bear the principles of time, and something unexpected happened. But as he climbed up the stairs, Yang Kai gradually became immersed in this seemingly slow but rapid feeling of becoming stronger, and for a while, he was unable to extricate himself. Is this the principles of time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of admiration on his face. What a strange power! It's obviously only a short period of time, but it makes me feel like a long time has passed, as if I've been cultivating for a long time. This strange power is even better than the Tao of space. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the front. Yang Kai was shocked. He collected his thoughts and looked up. 7 or 8 steps ahead of him, Zhang Ruoxi was walking forward step by step. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. As she took this step, a halo of energy suddenly burst out from her petite body and spread out in all directions. Are you kidding me? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't know when Zhang Ruoxi had walked in front of him, and she was so many steps ahead of him. But that wasn't all. The key was that Zhang Ruoxi had clearly broken through a minor realm and reached the second-order origin returning realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it was true. After all, Zhang Ruoxi had just broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago. How could she have broken through another minor realm in such a short time? It was simply unbelievable. Although Yang Kai himself had gained a lot on the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, it was not to the extent that Zhang Ruoxi had. This little girl is really strange. Yang Kai recalled the day she broke through to the origin returning realm. The giant master's shadow that appeared behind her was at a loss. It really didn't know what kind of bloodline power in her body was that allowed her to break through so quickly. Yang Kai opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Zhang Ruoxi so that she wouldn't be too far away from him, but he found that he couldn't call out a single word no matter how hard he tried. Even his divine sense couldn't leave his body, and was suppressed as soon as he tried. He looked back again. Seeing that Hua Qingxi was about 6 or 7 steps away from him, she was drenched in sweat, and trekking with great difficulty, as if she was struggling to even move. Sure enough, the flowing time Great Emperor's steps weren't a place to test one's cultivation. If it were, Hua Qingxi should be walking at the front. No matter what, Zhang Ruoxi, who had the lowest cultivation, wouldn't have a chance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He stopped in place and waited for Hua Qingxi. In his opinion, Hua Qingxi was probably the first to break down, so he had to take her back to the sealed world bead at the right time. As for Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai could easily catch up with her later. The facts were indeed as Yang Kai expected. After climbing more than half of the flowing time Great Emperor's steps, Hua Qingxi finally couldn't bear the baptism of the principles of time. The benefits she could obtain from stepping on the steps suddenly turned into torture. The erosion of the principles of time made her inexplicably feel like her youth was fading away. She panicked and hurriedly looked up at Yang Kai, wanting to call out to him. At the critical moment, she couldn't utter a single word. She was so anxious that she was sweating all over. Fortunately, Yang Kai had been paying attention to her movements. As soon as he noticed this, he quickly reached out and directly took her back into the sealed world bead. At this time, Yang Kai looked up again and could only vaguely see Zhang Ruoxi's back. The little girl had at least thrown Yang Kai dozens of steps away and seemed to be immersed in the various benefits she had obtained, unable to extricate herself. Her steps didn't stop for a moment, and she kept going up. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and spared no effort to continue climbing, trying to close the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. Somewhere in the Flowing Time Temple, in a dark and boundless hall, there was a faint sound of low breathing and a strong heartbeat. An inexplicable pressure filled this hall. If a living creature came here, they would immediately collapse to the ground. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and even the Emperor realm would tremble before it. At a certain moment, two long and narrow red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Accompanied by a heavy exhalation, the two long and narrow lights suddenly widened. They were two eyes the size of gongs. This was a pair of beastly eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Golden pupils, red pupils, filled with boundless ruthlessness. Oh, have these little insects finally found the Flowing Time Temple? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out in the dark hall. At the same time, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out in the darkness. The flame came from a strange giant beast covered in flames. This beast was about 3 stories tall and looked like a tiger or a cow. It looked as if it was made of flames, with a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered in scales. It looked majestic. It seems that this uncle's mission is about to be completed. How many years has it been? This uncle is finally going to be free. A voice that shook the entire hall came from the belly of this strange beast. It stood up and looked around with its eyes, as if they could pierce through the void. While looking, it muttered, "Let this uncle see what's so special about these little insects." As far as its eyes could see, none of the dozens of cultivator in the Flowing Time Temple could escape its observation. It didn't forget to comment while looking, "Well, this guy's aptitude is not bad, but he still can't enter this uncle's eyes. This little girl is quite famous. Her physique is good, and her cultivation isn't high, but she has an emperor artifact. Is she a descendant of some great emperors? Well, although she barely meets the requirements, forget it. The great emperors aren't good people." Chapter 2163. In the Flowing Time Temple, everyone had different opportunities because of the different routes they chose. But at this moment, no matter where they were, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of horror, as if there was a pair of eyes looking down at them from above. This made everyone feel a little creepy and cold. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They couldn't help but think that it was just their imagination. In the dark hall, the strange beast was still observing the surroundings, commenting from time to time. Many elite cultivators were spurned as trash by it, but when it cast its gaze towards the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, it was surprised. "What's with this little insect? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A guy from the First Order Dao Source realm actually has 5 emperor artifacts on him? Where did he come from?" Even though the strange beast had lived for tens of thousands of years and had seen many storms, it was still shocked by Yang Kai's background at this moment, because it found that Yang Kai alone had 5 emperor artifacts. Even the average the emperor realm didn't have so many emperor artifacts, right? The 5 emperor artifacts it was referring to were naturally the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Sealed World Bead, Insect Enslavement Bracelet, Soul-Splitting Saber, and Myriad Sword. In this Flowing Time Temple, nothing could escape its observation. Is his family all great emperors? The strange beast secretly guessed. Otherwise, such a cultivator, how could he have so many emperor artifacts? An emperor artifact was not something that could be found on the streets. One had to know. Even a noble existence like Lan Sun only had 1 emperor artifact, and that was a defensive emperor artifact given to her by the great emperor's bright moon to prevent her from encountering any accidents. Forget it. Although his aptitude and temperament are excellent, this guy looks like trouble. It's better not to have any contact with him. The strange beast nagged for a while. Then it shifted its gaze from Yang Kai to Zhang Ruoxi. And this little girl, why is she only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? The strange beast's eyes flickered with suspicion. How did you enter this place with such a low cultivation? Why are there so many strange things happening when I'm just sleeping? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened as he stared in Zhang Ruoxi's direction and exclaimed, "Wait! This little girl, she actually..." At this moment, it seemed to have discovered something, and its originally arrogant tone suddenly became one of fear. Even its two terrifying eyes showed a horrified expression, as if it was afraid of Zhang Ruoxi. On that huge head, he was actually dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi also seemed to have reached her limit. The end of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase was clearly not far in front of her, but she couldn't lift her foot no matter how hard she tried. She stubbornly looked up and wanted to take a step forward, but she felt weak all over, and her legs were as heavy as lead. The principles of time that filled the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase suddenly broke out at this moment, and invaded Zhang Ruoxi's body, wanting to engulf her. Behind her, Yang Kai, who had already caught up to her a dozen steps away, clearly saw Zhang Ruoxi's black hair. In a very short period of time, it became as white as snow. Yang Kai was shocked and realized that something was wrong. He pushed the source qi in his body and rushed forward, trying to shorten the distance between him and Zhang Ruoxi. But at this point of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, every step was extremely difficult. The distance of a dozen steps was not something that Yang Kai could shorten, even if he wanted to. He suddenly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The strange beast in the hall was just as anxious as him. As the guardian of the flowing time temple, it naturally saw Zhang Ruoxi's state and changes. At first it rejoiced, thinking that Zhang Ruoxi was dead for sure. But soon, it realized something was wrong. Because once Zhang Ruoxi was forced into a dead end, the bloodline power lurking in her body was very likely to awaken. Once that thing was awakened, it would be in big trouble. Thinking so, the strange beast stood up and stretched out a claw towards the void. Space shattered under this blow, and the huge claw crossed the barrier of space and grabbed Zhang Ruoxi before immediately retracting. As it did so, it muttered worriedly, "Oh, I don't know if this is the right thing to do." As soon as it finished speaking, it slowly opened its claws and placed the dazed Zhang Ruoxi in front of it. Zhang Ruoxi obviously didn't understand what was going on. She just felt endless time passing by her body. In that short moment, she felt like 100 years had passed. Her vitality seemed to be draining away, and the aura of death rushed towards her. She wanted to turn around and call out to Yang Kai, but she couldn't even turn around. And just when she thought she was going to die, a huge claw descended from the sky and pulled her back from the gates of hell, bringing her into this dark hall. She looked up and saw a huge burning monster beast in front of her, staring at her with a pair of beastly eyes. Most people who saw such a behemoth would probably turn pale with fright, scream, and run away. Zhang Ruoxi wasn't a bold person, and her cultivation wasn't high, nor was she knowledgeable. It wouldn't be surprising if she fainted from fright. But for some reason, when she looked up and stared at the monster beast, she didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, she had a feeling that the other party should be afraid of her. This feeling was baseless and absurd, but it was a feeling that came from deep within her bones, as natural as breathing, and made people believe it without a doubt. She pursed her red lips and looked up at the huge monster beast, her small figure forming a sharp contrast. Their eyes met, but the monster beast felt its hair stand on end. Its forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and its eyes were flickering. Why do you seem to be afraid of me?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. As soon as she opened her mouth, the monster beast couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It looked at her with fear in its eyes. A muffled sound like thunder came from its abdomen, and it laughed dryly. "Haha. Yes, why should I be afraid of you?" Zhang Ruoxi didn't get to the bottom of it, but beckoned to it. Seeing this, the monster beast actually walked over and crawled in front of Zhang Ruoxi. Its violent eyes became extremely docile at this moment. Faintly, there was a trace of panic and fear. "Did you save me?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. The monster beast thought for a while and said, "Yes, Thank you. Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the monster beast's head, but she hesitated and said, I won't hurt you, right? She didn't know why she asked such a question, but she had a feeling that if she touched the monster beast in front of her, it was very likely that it would be hurt. The current you probably won't. The monster beast replied. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi put her hand on its forehead and gently touched it. The scorching flame burned Zhang Ruoxi's white hand, but miraculously, it didn't hurt her at all. Instead, it accompanied her touch. The monster beast actually made a purring sound. It was like the reaction of a cat when it was petted. So shameful, so shameful. This great lord is actually being touched by a little girl like this. This is simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. The demonic beast muttered unhappily in its heart, but its body gave a very honest reaction. What's your name? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked again. Qiongqi. What a strange name. Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly, a confused look in her beautiful eyes, and said, I don't know why, but although this is the first time I've heard this name, it feels very familiar. Do you know why? I don't know. Qiongqi shook his head like a rattle drum, thinking in his heart, it's better if you don't understand in your lifetime. Why would this great master take the initiative to tell you this kind of thing? If that's the case, then this great master's doomsday is coming. Okay. Zhang Ruoxi said. She withdrew her hand and said sincerely, Thank you for saving my life just now. But can I trouble you to send me back? If I suddenly disappear, Mr. will be very worried. Mr.? Qiongqi heard this and asked suspiciously, The man behind you? Yes, you can see him? Zhang Ruoxi nodded quickly. Qiongqi said proudly, In this temple, no wind or grass can escape this grate. My observation. Just now, I saw that you were in danger, so I brought you here. After a pause, it shook its head and said, I didn't expect that someone as strong as you would be protected by others. Although it deliberately lowered its voice when it said this, its voice was loud and clear, so Zhang Ruoxi still heard it clearly. Zhang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand and said with embarrassment, What are you talking about? Mr. is the powerful one, how am I strong? She just thought that Qiongqi was talking nonsense to make her happy. One day, you will be strong. Qiongqi said meaningfully. Yes, I will work hard. Zhang Ruoxi was full of enthusiasm. Well, since you and I are fated to meet today, I will give you something. Qiongqi suddenly seemed to think of something and said. As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at the void. When it retracted its claws, there was a pink rainbow-colored robe on its claws. The robe was dazzling and emperor aura flowed on it, making it look magnificent. Your strength is still low, so I will give you this pink cloud's phoenix robe. After wearing it, ordinary people probably won't be able to hurt you. Qiongqi was very strong, so the ordinary people it mentioned could be understood as a cultivator in the emperor realm. How can I accept this? Although Zhang Ruoxi liked this robe, her good upbringing made her unable to accept this gift without any reason, so she quickly waved her hand and refused. Just wear it. This is your opportunity. When a cultivator cultivates, opportunities are also a part of their strength. Qiongqi said, but in his heart, he was thinking, if it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid some blind guy would provoke you and cause your bloodline power to awaken in advance, why would this great master go through so much trouble? It's not easy for me to plan ahead. Once I'm out of here, I should go to the Dragon Island and extort those old dragons. Anyway, this isn't my problem alone. Those old dragons definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Chapter 2164. At the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety as he tried his best to climb it. Zhang Ruoxi had suddenly disappeared before his eyes, leaving him at a loss. He didn't know what kind of danger this little girl had encountered, or if anything had happened to her. He secretly blamed himself, feeling that if he hadn't been on a whim and wanted Zhang Ruoxi to climb the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Staircase with him, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as he was feeling anxious, a flash of light suddenly appeared above him, and a figure appeared. Yang Kai was startled, looked up, and was stunned. Zhang Ruoxi was standing at the top of the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase, looking at him with a smile. Her hair, which should have turned snow white, was still as black as ink. Was it an illusion? Yang Kai was a little confused. He had clearly seen Zhang Ruoxi disappear mysteriously just now, and he had clearly seen the flowing time force erode her body, causing her to age rapidly. But now she had appeared in front of him, perfectly fine, and she had reached the top of the 9 peaks. Everything seemed so unreal. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and after an incense stick's worth of time, he finally reached the top, panting. As soon as he set foot here, the principles of time that lingered around him disappeared instantly. Looking back, the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase also became ordinary, as if it no longer had the magical power it once had. What happened just now? Yang Kai gasped for breath and asked quickly. Ruoxi was reckless. Zhang Ruoxi replied in a low voice with a guilty look. I was just immersed in the joy of gaining power. I forgot Sir's instructions. By the time I reacted, it was too late. Then how did you? A powerful monster beast saved me. Zhang Ruoxi replied timidly, observing Yang Kai's expression as she spoke, lest he get angry. A powerful monster beast. Yang Kai looked stunned. There's a monster beast in the flowing time temple? What kind of monster beast is it? At this moment, Yang Kai was startled. The flowing time temple had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, and now it had suddenly appeared. He thought that there were no living creatures here, but he didn't expect to learn from Zhang Ruoxi that there was a powerful monster beast here. Moreover, it was able to rescue Zhang Ruoxi from the stares of the flowing time Great Emperor. So its strength was obviously extraordinary. This was enough to make him vigilant. I don't know. Zhang Ruoxi thought for a moment, but didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly she giggled and said, But it says it's called Qiongqi. What? Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Qiongqi. Yes, that's what he said. Zhang Ruoxi nodded and replied. After that, she tilted her head and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? You're sweating so much. As she spoke, she took out a silk handkerchief. She stood on tiptoe. She gently wiped Yang Kai's face. Haha, the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He really didn't know what to say. Sir, are you okay? Zhang Ruoxi asked softly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yang Kai replied subconsciously, then immediately looked at Zhang Ruoxi and asked, Are you sure it said it's called Qiongqi? Yes, that's what it said. It didn't do anything to you. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head blankly. No. While speaking, she said happily, That's right, it also gave me something. What? Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. The Saint Qi in her body shook, and a dazzling glow suddenly bloomed from her tender body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, and his heart shook violently. At this moment, a pink close-fitting robe suddenly appeared on Zhang Ruoxi's body. The treasured robe was dazzling and magnificent. Strands of Emperor's aura flowed around it. The treasured robe emitted a powerful Emperor's aura, an Emperor artifact. And it was a defensive Emperor artifact. What the hell is going on? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly and strangely disappeared from the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase. And when she came back, she told him that she saw a monster beast named Qiongqi. Not only did that monster beast not do anything to her, it even gave her a defensive Emperor artifact. Yang Kai was completely at a loss. After Zhang Ruoxi activated her robe, her whole body was dazzled by the Emperor artifact. She looked at Yang Kai timidly and asked, Is this beautiful? Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, It's beautiful. This is an Emperor artifact. How can it be described as beautiful? Yang Kai howled in his heart. Although he had 5 Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive, which showed how rare defensive Emperor artifacts were. Qiongqi said it's called the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. Zhang Ruoxi explained. I don't like the pink one, but it's fine as long as Sir says it's beautiful. And it's a gift from someone else. Yang Kai tried to calm himself down. Next time you see it, you must thank it properly. Ruoxi will remember. Zhang Ruoxi nodded respectfully. Put it away first. Don't activate its form unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause a lot of trouble. Yes. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi used her divine sense to restrain the light of the pink cloud's phoenix robe. With a flash of light, the robe disappeared. By the way, Ruoxi, did Qiongqi say anything else to you? Yang Kai asked cautiously. Zhang Ruoxi heard this, thought for a while, and said, "It told me to tell Sir that if you have the chance to enter the final position, you must choose the most useless thing." Choose the most useless thing? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. What does that mean? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. I don't know. It sent me back after it said that. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai also knew that this little girl's personality was pure and kind, so it was impossible for her to hide anything from him, let alone deceive him. So he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he carefully inquired about the situation after her meeting with Qiongqi, but he didn't obtain much information. Yang Kai couldn't believe it. In the end, he could only think that this was Zhang Ruoxi's opportunity. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator not only return safely after meeting a fierce beast like Qiongqi, but also receive an emperor artifact like the pink cloud's phoenix robe? Later, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to enter the small sealed world bead. He sat alone at the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor and calmed down a little. After a long time, only then did he stand up. At the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor was a door. Yang Kai had noticed it before. If he wanted to leave this place at this moment, he could only go through this door. He stretched out his hand and slowly pushed the door open. A dazzling light came from the front. Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes and release his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no danger inside, only then did he step in. A feeling of weightlessness immediately came over him, as if this step had brought him to another space. The aura of a living being suddenly appeared, faintly carrying a trace of familiarity and a strong sense of enmity. Yang Kai was startled and raised his eyes to look ahead. After seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. Where he was now, it seemed to be a high platform. This high platform was round and occupied an area of more than 1,000 feet. Around the high platform, there was a dark abyss. There were ghostly cries and howls coming from below, making one's hair stand on end. It was like a demonic abyss purgatory. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to escape. Looking back, he couldn't see where he came from. The previous door was nowhere to be seen. On this high platform, a man stood holding a sword, waiting quietly. The moment Yang Kai appeared, a pair of eagle-like eyes suddenly shot over and fixed on Yang Kai, full of fighting spirit. For eyes met, and both of them were stunned. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to greet the man. Brother Xiaobai, you're here too, what a coincidence. He found that the person on this high platform was actually Xiaobai of Azure Sun Temple. But for some reason, Murong Xiao, who had been with him all this time, was not by his side. While talking, Yang Kai walked over there, looking around the environment as he walked. But what puzzled him was that this high platform seemed to be an independent space. He couldn't see where he came from, and he couldn't see where he went, as if he was isolated from this world. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what mysteries there were in this place. While he was thinking, he heard a buzzing sound coming from in front of him, and at the same time, a brilliant light flashed. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, allowing the light beam to slash at the tip of his foot, almost injuring him. Yang Kai looked up at Xiaobai and frowned. Brother Xiaobai, what is the meaning of this? Let's fight. Xiaobai shook his long sword and pointed it at Yang Kai, his fighting spirit surging like boiling water. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, There's no need. If you want to fight, wait until we get out of the Four Seasons realm. Then I'll fight with you. Here, forget it. Xiaobai slowly shook his head, his face as cold as ice, and quickly said, It is precisely because we are here that we must fight. Hearing this, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and his face sank. What Brother Xiaobai means is, only one of us can leave this place. Xiaobai said, It seems that you aren't too stupid. He shouted loudly, This is a Dao discussion stage. Only the winner has the qualifications to move forward. As he spoke, Yang Kai noticed that above this high platform, there were 3 large characters formed of pure energy suspended in mid-air. These were the words Dao discussion stage. In an instant he understood. Xiao Baiyi was probably waiting here for an opponent to discuss the Dao. It was just a coincidence that he had run into him. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he said, "It seems we really must fight." "Yes. The winner moves on, the loser. What will happen?" Yang Kai asked. Xiao Baiyi shook his head. "I don't know, most likely death." After saying so, he coldly snorted and said, "What's wrong, are you afraid?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, it's just, I don't want to kill you, brother Xiao Bai. You and I have no grievances. And although you seem to have some complaints about me, we still entered the 4 Seasons realm together. If I really killed you here, how would I explain it to Elder Gao and the others?" Chapter 2165. With just you. Xiao Baiyi's eyes flashed as he sneered. "Shameless boasting. Brother Xiao Bai," Yang Kai said earnestly, "why don't we find a place to sit down and carefully search for a way out of this damned place?" "No, before you came, I had already searched carefully. Between you and me, there is only one way out." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Xiao Baiyi interrupted him and said coldly, "To be honest, with your strength, it is really surprising that you can defeat Shui Yi and snatch his spot. You do have the qualifications to enter the 4 Seasons realm. However, this Xiao is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and Shui Yi's brother, so I can't just sit back and watch him be humiliated. Today, this Xiao will avenge junior brother Shui's death. But you can rest assured that the difference in cultivation between you and me is huge, so this Xiao will not use all of his strength. 60% of my strength is enough to deal with you. If possible, I won't kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Baiyi flicked his long sword and floated above Yang Kai's head. His long sword was like water and ice, exuding a resolute chill, and a dazzling sword light poured down. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Since this battle is inevitable, if I offend you in any way, I hope brother Xiao Bai won't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, the place where he stood was covered by sword light, and his body was pierced by sword light. But strangely, no blood flowed out, and the smile still hung on his face. Xiao Baiyi's expression changed, and his source qi burst forth. His aura was like a rainbow as his body exuded a cold aura like a violent snowstorm. With a backhand swing, his long sword suddenly became extremely huge, as if it was a heavenly sword, and slashed down. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost, but his eyes narrowed, and he had to escape again. Kong. The giant sword slashed down and the aura surged. Xiao Baiyi put away his sword and stood there, looking sideways at the void. Where his eyes fell, Yang Kai's figure appeared. "You are really different. It was not by luck that you defeated Shui Yi," Xiao Baiyi said in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Brother Xiao Bai, was that 60% of your strength? If that's the case, I advise you to use your full strength quickly. Otherwise, rest assured, it was only 30% just now," Xiao Baiyi said proudly. 30%? Yang Kai murmured, then immediately nodded slightly and praised. "As expected of an elite of Azure Sun Temple, you are very different from the Dao Source Realm cultivators I encountered before." "It's not too late to admit defeat," Xiao Baiyi shouted, swiping his finger across his sword as he spun around. All of a sudden, he wrapped himself in the sword light, and turned into a beam of light, aiming straight for Yang Kai's chest. This sword strike was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The energy of the laws coiled around it, and layers of thin ice appeared on the Dao Exchange platform, as it overflowed with icy coldness. The entire environment of the high platform seemed to have suddenly turned into a cold winter. The faint whistling of the wind sounded in their ears, making them feel cold in their hearts. "Law of Ice!" Yang Kai shouted as he felt the erosion and influence of the world principles on his body, causing the surrounding space to solidify. He could not help but let out a roar as a 5-colored light bloomed from his body, dispelling all the discomfort. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Waving his sword he muttered, "Million swords. One man against the pass." Tens of millions of sword chi streaked through the air like a torrential rain, meeting Xiao Baiyi's attack head-on. Another Emperor artifact. Xiao Baiyi's cold snort came from the sword light, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he urged his sword light to meet it head-on. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the shocking sword light cut through the millions of sword chi, and arrived in front of Yang Kai without any reduction in power. Asterisk who, asterisk Xiao Baiyi's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes as sharp as a knife, exuding an astonishing aura as he swung his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and raised his sword to block. Clang! A peerless imposing aura shook out, and the space above the Dao discussion platform was actually sliced into countless cracks by the fine strands of sword chi that emanated from it, and they flashed before vanishing. Xiao Baiyi's whole body froze slightly, but he quickly got rid of the influence of the Emperor artifact. His whole body turned into an afterimage, as the long sword in his hand continued to attack Yang Kai. He still had the strength to taunt. Although the Emperor artifact is strong, with your strength, how much power can you exert? Shui lost to you because he was careless. Yang Kai's body was like a dragon as he held the myriad's sword in his hand, constantly blocking the attacks coming from all directions. He smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiaobai seems to have a problem with this sword." As the two spoke, their hands did not stop moving at all. The clanging sounds continued to ring out, like music, extremely pleasant to the ears. Relying on the power of an artifact is also a skill. Since you say so, I'll change my sword. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the myriad sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by another Dao Source grade mid-rank sword. Xiao Baiyi frowned as he leapt out of the battle and asked, "Changing your weapon in the middle of the battle? What do you mean?" "I mean nothing." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "I just don't want to be accused of relying on the power of an Emperor artifact after I beat you. Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Baiyi was furious, his white robes fluttering in the wind as he slowly floated up into the air and said coldly, "If you change back now, I'll pretend I didn't see anything, otherwise it'll be too late for regrets." As he spoke, he pointed the long sword in his hand to the sky, and a snowstorm suddenly appeared. This snowstorm was not fierce at first, but in the blink of an eye, it rolled out a heaven-destroying momentum that wrapped around Xiao Baiyi. A cold voice came out from the snowstorm as Xiao Baiyi muttered, "This is only 60% of my strength. If you can't withstand it, you'll die. I advise you to avoid it." As soon as these words fell, he shouted, "Human sword, rotating annihilation." The snowstorm suddenly turned into an ice dragon, glaring with gong-sized eyes, and pouncing towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai finally put away his mischievous expression and looked at the incoming attack with a dignified expression. Feeling the power contained in it, he said in a deep voice, as expected of the second place of Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts demonstration, "Brother Xiaobai lives up to his name. If only 60% of his strength is this powerful, if he uses his full strength." Although he was praising, his hands were not idle at all. With a shake of his sword, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he muttered, 3,000 sword Dao Luyan Rua Hua. The sword blade turned crimson in an instant, and from it, the figure of a firebird shot out. This figure was exactly the same as Lu Yan's original body. A loud cry rang out as the two attacks collided in the air. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the ice dragon dissipated, and the flames were annihilated. Xiao Baiyi was shaken and shouted, "How is this possible?" His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a cold tone, "What is your relationship with Master Chun Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land?" As an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he naturally had some understanding of Chun Wenhao. The 3,000 sword Dao was clearly comprehended by Chun Wenhao, but at this moment, it was being displayed by Yang Kai. Although it was a little different from the rumors, it seemed to be quite powerful. "It doesn't matter." Yang Kai twirled the long sword in his hand and said casually, "I just fought with him once and saw him display the 3,000 sword Dao. I thought it was good, so I used it casually." Yang Kai was telling the truth. When he was eroded by the demon sense that day, he did fight with Chen Wenhao. Not only did he fight with Chen Wenhao, but he also fought with Gao Shuiting and Feng Ming. The three great emperors' venerable realm masters' ultimate moves were still fresh in Yang Kai's memory, and he had a little understanding of them. However, the 3,000 sword Dao he displayed at this moment was similar to what Chen Wenhao himself had comprehended. It was completely different. Yang Kai was just urging the fire sword qi of the five elements indestructible sword qi to condense Lu Yan's form. How could the ultimate moves of the Emperor Realm's masters be so easy to comprehend? The mysteries of these moves could only be understood and displayed by those from the Emperor Realm. However, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Xiao Baiyi had only heard of the 3,000 sword Dao and had not seen it with his own eyes. So how could he distinguish whether it was true or false? Enough! Xiao Baiyi shouted angrily, looking very angry. There should be a limit to your nonsense. You're just spouting nonsense. Who would believe you? Whether you have a relationship with Master Chen Wenhao or not, today's outcome will not change. His aura suddenly soared, and it seemed that he realized that 60% of his strength was not enough to defeat Yang Kai, so he decided to use more of his strength. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk bolts of lightning suddenly shot out, and on the surface of Xiao Baiyi's body, the entire Dao discussion stage turned into a sea of lightning in an instant, looking extremely terrifying. You comprehended the ice principles, but you can also use thunder attribute secret techniques? Yang Kai was extremely surprised and praised. Brother Xiao Bai is really extraordinary. In time, I'm afraid you will become the overlord of this star boundary. Flattery is useless. Xiao Bai, you're so happy to call me that. Take this, earth sword. Falling thunder. Wherever he pointed his sword, thunder roared and bolts of lightning fell from the sky, completely submerging Yang Kai. The power of this falling thunder was so sharp and violent that it seemed to be able to completely seal off space. Yang Kai's brow rose as he shouted. So that's how it is. It's because the name Brother Xiao Bai made you unhappy. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai was wrapped in a sea of lightning, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Xiao Baiyi's eyes flashed as he stared down and frowned. Remember, my name is Xiao Baiyi. I just feel that. The name Brother Xiao Bai is very familiar. Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so angry, right? Yang Kai's voice came from below, full of vitality, as if he was not injured at all. Xiao Baiyi's eyes instantly bulged as he stared down dumbfoundedly. Inside the sea of lightning, Yang Kai seemed to have undergone a huge change. On the surface of his body, a five-colored glow bloomed, and the power of the five elements formed a strong and powerful defense, resisting the damage of the lightning arcs. If that was all, both of his hands were now covered with a layer of fine scales, and his hands had transformed into dragon claws. On his cheeks, forehead, and even all his exposed skin were scales that exuded an amazing aura. Chapter 2166. Dragon Aura. Xiao Baiyi exclaimed. He felt the aura of a true dragon from where Yang Kai stood. Although this aura was not strong, the terrifying pressure it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. As soon as his voice fell, a golden true dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. This true dragon phantom was extremely large, and as it coiled behind Yang Kai, it slowly opened its eyes and glanced in Xiao Baiyi's direction. Xiao Baiyi's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and he couldn't help stumbling back a few steps. Brother Xiao Bai's strength is extraordinary, so I have to take this seriously. You be careful. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, his sword shook and in an instant, a five-colored light burst forth as the five elements indestructible sword qi overflowed, dispersing the Thunder Sea Purgatory in a single breath, revealing Yang Kai's majestic figure. The golden dragon phantom behind him roared towards the sky, its roar resounding throughout the heavens and earth as it turned into a stream of light and poured into the sword, accompanied by Yang Kai's slash. At that moment, time seemed to flow for thousands of years, traversing countless spaces. The power of a true dragon was enough to shatter the world. Xiao Baiyi's temples were covered in cold sweat, as he was forced back a few steps by the infinite pressure. But soon, He grit his teeth and forced himself to stand still, fiercely pushing his source qi to form a solid barrier around his body. At the same time, he summoned a mirror-like defensive artifact that transformed into a light curtain and blocked in front of him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as the golden light slashed forward, a violent energy overflowed, causing the entire Dao discussion stage to hum, as if the end of the world had arrived. The turbulent world energy fluctuations did not subside for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared forward coldly. A few dozen meters away, Xiao Baiyi's face was pale, standing in the air, although the light curtain formed by the mirror artifact was still blocking his body. Countless cracks had appeared, and in the next breath, it shattered into countless fragments. His eyes trembled violently as the divine artifact in his hand let out a mournful cry. Staring at him from afar, Xiao Baiyi grit his teeth and muttered, "You from the First Order Dao Source Realm. How could you possibly achieve this?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Strength. Don't tell me that Brother Little Bai doesn't understand this principle? I don't believe it." Xiao Baiyi roared as a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. The source qi that should have been dormant suddenly surged at this moment as he raised his sword and roared, "This is my final move. If you can take it, you win. If you can't, then I'll kill you. Only death." Hearing what he said, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become solemn, knowing that Xiao Baiyi was about to use his ultimate move. A desperate move on the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm would not be easy to deal with. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, secretly circulating his origin energy. When Xiao Baiyi's words fell, his expression suddenly became incomparably solemn. With a devout and holy look on his face, he flicked his finger on his sword. As the sword buzzed, he turned into countless streaks of light and descended from the sky. An astonishing pressure suddenly descended, causing the void to tremble, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A low voice slowly sounded, "Heavenly sword, shattering star." As soon as these words fell, countless streaks of light burst out from the sky and smashed down. It was as if countless meteors were falling from the sky, making it impossible to avoid and causing despair to fill everyone's hearts. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as his figure leapt forward. Abandoning his sword and instead of retreating, he formed a seal with both hands as space force and space principles suddenly filled the air. Countless dark moon blades flew up to meet the falling streaks of light. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, one black hole after another appeared in the void, swallowing up the incredible energy shockwaves. The violent energy fluctuations shook everyone's mind, as if the Dao discussion stage was about to collapse. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning as he shuttled through the void, searching for Xiao Baiyi's figure. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pushed his source qi and sent a palm strike towards a certain location. Asterisk pa. Asterisk at the same time, two muffled groans rang out as Yang Kai retreated a few steps with an ashen face. In a place where no one was present, Xiao Baiyi's figure appeared with a pale face, his aura weak as he fell down with a look of unwillingness on his face. The vision that filled the sky suddenly disappeared at this moment, leaving only the bleak atmosphere of the aftermath of the great battle in the air. Xiao Baiyi fell heavily to the ground, but immediately stood up like a carp, unable to stand still. His figure swayed, and he had no choice but to support himself with his sword to prevent himself from falling. His exposed skin was all cracked and blood was flowing out of his body. On his chest, there was a clear palm print. Only this palm was caused by Yang Kai. Everything else was not the work of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood midair and looked down at the hand he used to attack. At this moment, blood was also flowing out of it. His entire palm had been pierced and the pain was unbearable. There seemed to be a trace of principal strength lingering around the wound, hindering its recovery. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Yang Kai urged his strength to dissolve the residual principal strength and said lightly, "Brother Xiao Bai, this heavenly sword seems to be beyond the scope of what you can enslave. Was it necessary to go to this extent?" Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique Xiao Baiyi had learned, this last sword was obviously not something Xiao Baiyi could display at this moment. Forcibly using it would inevitably bring harm to himself. Xiao Baiyi's current state was the best proof of this. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiao Baiyi looked miserable, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was hearty and joyful, without the slightest regret or unwillingness. He said, "Of course it was necessary. In the face of a strong enemy, one should do their best. Either you die or I die. What harm is a trivial backlash?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai really has the heart of a master. Admirable, admirable." Xiao Bai slowly shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, in the end, I still couldn't defeat you. First Order Dao Source Realm, haha." He laughed bitterly, his tone extremely complex and containing many emotions. Before this, he never thought that one day he would lose to an opponent from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He was a proud son of heaven, and thought highly of himself. In this world, with the exception of a few people, he did not put anyone in his eyes. But today's battle made him realize many things. It was as if he was standing in a waist-deep river, and saying that he had seen the sea was ridiculous. "Yang Kai!" Xiao Baiyi shouted, throwing out his long sword casually and wobbling. "Do it!" He looked like he was about to poke him, and it seemed like he had no intention of fighting back. After all, even his strongest move had been miraculously resolved by Yang Kai, so he no longer had any strength left to fight. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you," Yang Kai grinned. "Are you the only one who wants to fight to the death?" Xiao Baiyi frowned and said, "If you want to move forward, you have to fight, otherwise you and I may be trapped here forever." "Not necessarily," Yang Kai denied his point of view. Indeed, as he said before, he had no grievances with Xiao Baiyi, so there was no need for him to kill him. Moreover, when he fought with Xiao Baiyi before, the other party did not have any murderous intent, only a high fighting spirit. It was obvious that Xiao Baiyi did not want to kill him. He simply wanted to fight Yang Kai. This was the mentality of a cultivator, who pursued the peak of the martial Tao. While speaking, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, trying to find the exit of the Tao discussion stage. However, this place was just a high platform suspended alone in mid-air, surrounded by a boundless abyss. It was dark and bottomless, and below it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, as if something bad was about to happen. "The exit is down there?" Yang Kai came to the edge of the Tao discussion stage and looked down. Feeling the strange aura coming from below, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb. If he really jumped down, he did not know what the consequences would be. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would not jump unless he had no other choice. In fact, he had another way to pass through this place. According to Xiao Baiyi, the exit of this Tao discussion stage would only appear after one person died. If that was the case, if he put Xiao Baiyi into the sealed world bead, he would probably be able to make the exit appear. However, if he did so, the secret of the sealed world bead would be exposed. So he urged his space force to try to see if he could teleport away. But in the next moment he shook his head. He could use his space force, so teleportation was not a problem, but he could only teleport on this Tao discussion stage. This seemed to be an isolated space, so Yang Kai could not teleport to the outside world. "You won't find it." Xiao Baiyi saw him scurrying around, and could not help but remind him. "I said before, I have carefully searched this place, and there is no exit at all. I have already lost. Do you not even have the courage to give the loser a proper ending?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, and was about to say something when the entire Tao discussion stage suddenly buzzed, and began to shake. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Xiao Baiyi was obviously taken aback, not knowing what was going on. But soon a surprising scene occurred. In the sky, the three characters hanging high above suddenly turned into two rays of light, one big and one small. One of them shot towards Xiao Baiyi, wrapping him up before he could react, and disappearing in a flash. Along with it, Xiao Baiyi's entire body disappeared. As for the other ray of light, it connected the heavens and the earth. After a series of distortions, it transformed into a light bridge leading upwards. At the end of this light bridge, there was a closed door leading to an unknown world. Yang Kai could not help being startled, frowning for a moment before muttering to himself while staring at the light bridge. This thing is definitely the way to the exit. Brother Xiaobai seems to have been teleported out. So, the key is for him to admit defeat? According to the scene just now, it seemed that after Xiaobai admitted defeat, the Dao discussion stage changed, not only teleporting him away, but also revealing an exit. Looking at it this way, it was naturally clear where the opportunity was at a glance. Chapter 2167. Deep inside the flowing time temple, a group of masters had gathered. This was the deepest part of the temple, and those who were qualified to come here were the top masters of the Southern Territories' Dao Source realm. Lan Sun, Xiao Chun, Luo Yuan, Kong Qi, Morong Xiao Xiao, Gong Wenshan, and Bian Yuqing were all present. Among these 7, except for Lan Sun, who was in the First Order Dao Source realm, and Gong Wenshan, who was in the Second Order Dao Source realm, everyone else was in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Needless to say, Lan Sun was the beloved daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors, and possessed a special constitution. Her strength could not be measured by cultivation alone, so she was absolutely qualified to set foot here. The same was true for Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation was a minor realm lower than most of the people present, as an array grandmaster, his methods were quite profound, so his strength could not be judged by his cultivation alone, so it was not surprising that he was able to come here. At this moment, among the 7, except for Xiao Chun who had been guarding Lan Sun, everyone else was looking for a place to sit cross-legged in meditation, seemingly waiting for something. Morong Xiao Xiao would glance in a certain direction from time to time, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and anticipation. At a certain moment, ripples suddenly appeared in a circular door of light, over 100 meters away from where everyone was standing, and then a figure slowly emerged from the door of light. Everyone noticed this, and turned their heads to look. Finally, Luo Yuan seemed to have become impatient, and could not help snorting coldly. Morong Xiao Xiao stood up with a smile on her face, and walked over, seemingly to greet the newcomer. Everyone else also showed a look of interest, wanting to see who this newcomer was. The figure slowly took shape. Finally, walking out of the light gate, his true face was revealed. Ha! The smile on Morong Xiao Xiao's face froze as she stared at the newcomer in amazement, her expression extremely complicated, a little disappointed, and a little surprised. She did not expect that the last person to come out of this light gate would be Yang Kai. It turned out to be Yang Kai, not Xiaobai as she had imagined. The others also wore different expressions. Kong Qi's face twitching as he quickly averted his gaze, as if looking at Yang Kai any longer would tarnish his own. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. So many people. After Yang Kai walked out of the door of light, he saw the 7 figures in front of him, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you all here? I was waiting for you. Bian Yuqing smiled and said flirtatiously. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He said, don't joke around. How could I be so important as to trouble you all to wait here? He thought that Bian Yuqing was just joking with him. Who knew? I'm not kidding. We are indeed waiting for you. Gong Wenshan also stood up at this time and looked at Yang Kai sternly. But that's not entirely correct. We weren't waiting for you. We were waiting for the last person to come out of here. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head, and looked around before finally fixing his eyes in front of him and saying thoughtfully, it seems that you don't have enough people to break this barrier. Indeed. Gong Wenshan nodded. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? Yang Kai smiled and looked around. Gong Wenshan said with a look of disdain, I don't want to repeat such a troublesome thing twice. After saying so, he ignored Yang Kai. Morong Xiao Xiao pursed her red lips. She said, I'll explain. Junior brother Yang, come over here. She beckoned to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and walked over. Morong Xiao Xiao immediately explained to him. After listening to her description, Kai Yang came to know that in front of the main entrance of the hall, there was a spirit array called the 8 points Yuan returning array. This spirit array wasn't very profound, nor was it very useful. It was also very simple to break. As long as 8 people were gathered and stood in a specific position, this spirit array would break on its own, not requiring any effort from the cultivator. Of course, if there was no one here who was proficient in spirit arrays, they would not be able to see through the mysteries of this spirit array. But this spirit array was really not a problem for Gongwen Shan. So, you can only wait here for the last person to arrive? Yang Kai asked after listening. Yes. Morong Xiao Xiao nodded gently and smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Yang to be the last person to arrive. Yang Kai glanced at her and whispered. Don't worry, brother Xiao Bai is only slightly injured. His life is not in danger. Morong Xiao Xiao heard this and her eyes lit up. Junior brother Yang, you saw brother Xiao? And Yang Kai nodded. Where is he now? Morong Xiao Xiao asked nervously. I don't know, maybe he was teleported out. Or maybe he's still somewhere in this temple. Yang Kai shrugged. Morong Xiao Xiao seemed to think of something and covered her mouth as she whispered. Junior brother Yang, did you defeat brother Xiao? Oh, Yang Kai was stunned. Listening to what you said, you also went to the Dao discussion platform? That's right. Morong Xiao Xiao replied. I met an opponent there and defeated him before coming here. It seems that everyone's experiences are similar. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. If everyone had experienced the flowing time Great Emperor's staircase and the Dao discussion platform, then it made sense that there were only 8 people left here at this moment. These 2 checkpoints were not something that just anyone could pass. The rest of them had probably already been eliminated. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned his head to look at the others, and was surprised to find that all of them had some star seals on the back of their hands. Even Morong Xiao Xiao. It seemed that their opportunities in the Flowing Time Temple were quite good. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had only obtained a single Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit when he first arrived at the 2 Seasons mountain range, and hadn't found any other star seals. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, hurry up and act. I don't have time to waste here. Luo Yuan urged impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that 8 people were required to crack the spirit array, how could Luo Yuan have waited here? He would have already killed everyone and driven out all of them. Yang Kai glanced at him, but didn't say anything. He simply nodded to Gongwen Shan and said, Brother Gong, I understand the general situation. I have a general understanding of the situation, so I hope you can advise me on what to do next. Gongwen Shan nodded and said, Since that's the case, everyone will listen to my orders. Stand where I tell you to but don't move. Although this 8 points yuan returning array is simple to crack, if something goes wrong, humph. Although he didn't finish his words, everyone understood what he meant. Xiaochen smiled and said, Brother Gong, please feel free to instruct us. This matter concerns everyone, so I don't think anyone here will refuse. As he spoke, he glanced over at Luo Yuan. Very good. Gongwen Shan heard this and smiled coldly, forming a series of seals with his hands before pushing them forward. A layer of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. This source chi solidified and formed a universe heaven and earth seal not far in front of everyone. Immediately, Gongwen Shan pointed his finger and said, I'll have to trouble this friend to stand at the Qian position. He was pointing at Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was tactful, and without saying a word, his figure leapt forward. He landed accurately in the position indicated by Gongwen Shan. Madam, please take the Li position. He then pointed to Bian Yuqing. You're making me sound older. Bian Yuqing pouted. Grumbling, she also landed in the designated position. You take the Qian position. Gongwen Shan pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and flew to Bian Yuqing's side. Next, under Gongwen Shan's guidance, everyone landed in different positions. During this time, Bian Yuqing smiled at Yang Kai and said, I didn't expect a smelly brat like you could actually make it here. What? Are you looking down on me? Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted. This one's strength is something Protector Bian hasn't seen yet. Is that so? Bian Yuqing smiled with interest, her seductive manner overflowing with charm. Hearing you say that, I'd like to see it for myself. You'll have plenty of opportunities. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her before asking, Where's Brother Ko? Isn't he with you? Hearing this, Bian Yuqing's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai said in surprise, It couldn't be. Bian Yuqing sneered. It's not what you think. Ko Wu knows he's not strong enough, and stopped at the Flowing Time Great Emperor's stairs. Oh, that's a pity, Yongkai sighed. Although the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs were filled with endless dangers, if one could step on them, they could obtain a lot of benefits. Yongkai was well aware of this. Not only him, but the other 7 people who had come here all looked stronger than before, obviously due to the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs. However, Bian Yuqing's words confirmed Yongkai's previous guess. Everyone's opportunities were basically the same, especially in the later stages. They had all passed the flowing time Great Emperor's stairs and passed the Dao discussion stage before reaching this place. While the two were talking, everyone had already taken their places, leaving only Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan stood outside the divinatory seal and carefully checked everyone's positions, confirming that they were not in the wrong place before leaping up and landing in the last position. When his feet touched the ground, he suddenly shouted, "Don't move no matter what you feel. No matter what you feel, don't use your strength, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." Seeing him speak so seriously, how could anyone not listen to his advice? Everyone held their breaths and entered a kind of ethereal state. Soon a humming sound rang out. The surrounding world energy seemed to be flowing rapidly, triggering some kind of chain reaction. Along with this movement, the humming sound in the void grew louder and more intense. Finally, along with the strange sound, the sound of something shattering entered everyone's ears. It wasn't until this moment that Gong Wenshan, who had been nervous all this time, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this 8 points yuan returning array had broken by itself. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a series of cracking sounds. The door in front of everyone suddenly cracked open, and a ray of light shot out from it. Immediately afterward, the door slowly moved to the sides and the gap slowly grew larger. When the gap was large enough for one person to pass through, Gong Wenshan suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Everyone was startled, and their originally restless figures came to a halt. But at that moment, Gong Wenshan rushed through the door like an arrow from a bow. "Damn it, we were tricked!" Kong Qi shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. Chapter 2168. Asterisk Xiao Xiao Xiao. Asterisk in front of the main hall, human figures flickered. The remaining 7 people used their own methods and rushed forward in a bid to be the first. Gong Wenshan was the first to rush in, causing the others behind him to feel anxious. In the blink of an eye, everyone had flooded into the hall and stood in their respective positions, squinting their eyes as they stared forward. In front of them, a brilliant light shone as the world energy aura surged, as if some kind of treasure had been buried for tens of thousands of years, waiting for its new owner to arrive. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk just as everyone entered, the door slowly closed with a muffled thunder-like sound. Everyone was slightly surprised, but they quickly calmed down and no longer paid attention to it, instead sweeping their eyes around the hall to investigate the situation. As far as the eye could see, at the rightmost position of the hall, there was a circular light gate. Inside this light gate, there was a dense fog, halos, and illusions. The power of space fluctuated, leading to some unknown place. Just looking at it would cause one's mind to sink. 300 meters in front of everyone, there was a high platform. On this high platform, there were several different things sitting quietly. These are, after seeing the few things on the high platform, everyone showed looks of shock and greed. There weren't many things, only 5 of them. A black oval-shaped shield with dragons and phoenixes carved into its surface and mysterious runes constantly flashed across its surface. A cherry-sized drop of something that looked like a water droplet. It was a strange existence that emitted a 7-colored light and was as soft as water. A spirit pill that wasn't actually a spirit pill, a longan-sized round bead that was a fiery red color. A total of 5 treasures. All of them were placed on top of the high platform. Each treasure was shrouded in a semicircular light curtain visible to the naked eye, like an invisible bowl that had been placed on top of the high platform. Everyone's eyes swept across the 5 treasures one by one before finally fixing on another semicircular light curtain. This one seemed to have originally been a treasure, but for some reason, it had disappeared. In other words, there were originally 6 treasures on this high platform, But at this moment, there were only 5 left, and the last one had been taken away by someone else. Gudong star. Kong Chi gulped as he stared at the black oval shield and said with difficulty, Is this a pseudo-emperor artifact? I can feel a trace of emperor's might from it. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know that such a treasure would appear in the depths of the flowing time temple. For a time, everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared excitedly at the 5 treasures on the high platform. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Although their hearts were itching, none of them dared to make a move. That was because everyone knew in their hearts that although there were 8 people here, there were only 5 treasures. It was simply not enough for everyone to split. If anyone dared to act blindly without thinking, they would definitely be killed. It was very likely that he would be regarded as a hostile target by others. At that time, it would be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. And it was very likely that he would be eliminated directly. Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan suppressed the restlessness in his heart and kept observing the changes in the expressions of the others. Princess, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what these things are? Gong Wenshan suddenly looked at Lan Sun and asked. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she smiled and said, I know a few. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Gong Wenshan said sincerely. Lan Sun nodded lightly and pointed to the pitch-black oval shield. Brother Kong is right. This is probably a pseudo-emperor artifact. What's a pseudo-emperor artifact? Yang Kai asked. As soon as this remark came out, everyone cast strange looks at him, as if they felt it was a bit strange that he didn't even know this kind of common-sense question. Bian Yuqing, on the other hand, understood that Yang Kai was indeed ignorant. After all, he was a cultivator from a low-level star's territory, so she kindly explained to him, Emperor artifacts are not refined, you should know this, right? Yang Kai nodded lightly. The birth of an emperor artifact required a cultivator to refine and nourish it for many years. Only after a cultivator broke through to the emperor realm could they condense their emperor intent into an artifact and infuse their comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao into it. Only then could an emperor artifact be born. Some people from the emperor realm fail to succeed when they attempt to refine their artifacts due to various reasons, but the artifact's power does not decrease, and instead increases. The artifacts born under such circumstances are called pseudo-emperor artifacts. They surpass the level of Tao source-grade artifacts, but are not emperor artifacts. They can be considered semi-finished products. Bian Yuqing said softly with a solemn expression. A good pseudo-emperor artifact is not worse than an ordinary emperor artifact, but some pseudo-emperor artifacts are only slightly better than Tao source-grade artifacts. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Bian Yuqing continued. But this is a defensive artifact. Even if it is a pseudo-emperor artifact, it is absolutely rare. Its value is far above that of a Tao source-grade high-rank artifact. If one can obtain this shield, I'm afraid no one in the Emperor realm will be able to break through its defense. That's a really good thing, Yang Kai echoed, his eyes burning as he stared at the shield. Although he had a lot of Emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive. If he could snatch the shield, he could make up for his shortcomings, and at least be able to resist for a while when encountering a strong enemy. Please continue, Your Highness. Kong Chi glared at Yang Kai from the side, seemingly blaming him for his ignorance and interfering with Lan Sun's explanation. Lan Sun didn't care and simply smiled lightly as she pointed to a cherry-sized droplet of water and said, If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary Supreme Divine Water. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it's Supreme Divine Water. Gong Wenshan's expression flickered, as if he had some guesses but wasn't sure. But after listening to Lan Sun's words, he immediately confirmed it. Morong Xiao was surprised. Is this the Supreme Divine Water that can allow spirit medicines to grow rapidly with just a drop? Indeed. Lan Sun smiled and nodded. Perhaps because she was taking care of Yang Kai, she slowly explained. With just a single drop of Supreme Divine Water, any spirit medicine can grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 years old in a very short time. And this time is only a month. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and asked, "What princess means is, if this thing is dropped on a spirit grass, it can reach a medicinal age of 10,000 years within a month." Exactly. Lan Sun nodded and said indifferently, "Although Supreme Divine Water is not one of the 3 great divine waters, in terms of efficacy, it is sometimes much more precious than the 3 great divine waters. I also saw a few drops of Supreme Divine Water when I was young, so I recognized it. If it were someone else who said they had seen Supreme Divine Water, everyone would likely be skeptical. But when it came from Lan Sun's mouth, it was a different story. With her identity, status, and even background, she would not tell such a lie. If she said she had seen it, then naturally she had seen it." Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot. In the medicine garden in his mysterious small world, there was so much heavy earth that it could only increase the growth rate of spirit medicines by 100 times. In other words, it took a year for a spirit medicine to grow to 100 years old. But this Supreme Divine Water only needed a month to make a spirit medicine reach 10,000 years old. The gap between them was simply incomprehensible. If this drop of Supreme Divine Water was absorbed by the gold and silver tree, wouldn't this strange tree named Firmament gain 10,000 years of sealing power? With so much sealing power, he could remove the seal on his abdomen at any time and anywhere, and he would have no worries when fighting powerful enemies. At that time, he would only need to use the power of the Firmament tree to reseal the demonic chi and demon spirit. Supreme Divine Water is the source of all water, but its role is not limited to just that. If it is absorbed by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or a water attribute physique, the benefits are simply immeasurable. Moreover, it can also be used to refine water attribute artifacts. Its uses are infinite. Lan Sun continued to explain. Gong Wenshan slowly exhaled and cupped his fists. "This one understands. Many thanks, Princess." Princess, Her Highness kindly explained this to you, so don't refuse." Xiaochen coldly snorted. No one paid him any attention. Lan Sun then pointed to the treasure that was exuding a 7-colored glow and said, "I don't need to explain this, don't you recognize it?" Kong Chi's face twitched as he said bitterly, "Could this be an Emperor aura?" "It is definitely an Emperor aura." Gong Wenshan seemed to have also noticed and said in a deep voice. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "Yes, this is an Emperor aura. If you have it, you can fuse it with an artifact that is closely related to you. And in time, it is very likely that an Emperor artifact will be born." Emperor aura was the key to the birth of an Emperor artifact. It was condensed by a master of the Emperor realm and fused with an artifact. If successful, it would become an Emperor artifact, but if it failed, the artifact would either be damaged or become a fake Emperor artifact. Generally, when the Emperor realm condensed an Emperor artifact, they would directly pour their own Emperor aura into the artifact. This Emperor aura contained the essence of a master from the Emperor realm, which was extremely rare. However, such a mass of Emperor aura could not be condensed by an ordinary master from the Emperor realm. Even Xiao Chen's father, Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang, did not have this ability. Only a third-order Emperor realm master could accomplish such a feat. Condensing an Emperor aura was a great loss to a master from the Emperor realm, and it would take at least 100 years of hard work to make up for it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a third-order Emperor realm master would not condense an Emperor aura and leave it outside. But this flowing time temple had such an Emperor aura. This thing was fundamentally different from the pitch-black shield. The pitch-black shield had already been formed, so it was a fake Emperor artifact, and had no possibility of being promoted to an Emperor artifact. On the other hand, this massive Emperor aura represented infinite possibilities, but it required time and effort. Between the two, it was hard to say which was more valuable. If one liked a ready-made one, they would naturally choose the pitch-black shield. After all, it was a defensive artifact, so its value and rarity were needless to say. If one had the ambition to refine an Emperor artifact of their own, they would undoubtedly fall in love with the massive Emperor aura. Chapter 2169. This is. Lan Sun's eyes turned to the fourth treasure. This thing looked like a spirit pill, yet not a spirit pill at the same time. Lan Sun's brow furrowed slightly, as if she was at a loss, but soon, her expression brightened and she exclaimed, Emperor Authority Bead. What? Luo Yuan, who had not spoken until now, suddenly exclaimed, Emperor Authority Bead? Are you sure you're not mistaken? As soon as this remark came out, Xiaochen could not help but coldly snort. Pay attention to your words. The one in front of you is Her Highness the Princess. Luo Yuan turned his head and glanced at him, causing the two's eyes to meet and sparks to fly. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. This should be the Emperor Authority Bead. If Brother Luo doesn't believe me, you can break the barrier and take it out for a look. It's not that I don't believe you. Luo Yuan snorted. It's just, I didn't expect such a treasure to appear here. Lan Sun nodded and said, I didn't expect it either. This Emperor Authority Bead, I've never seen it before, but I've heard my father mention it a few times, so I didn't recognize it immediately. However, this Emperor Authority Bead is sealed with the full strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. If we can obtain this thing, it's tantamount to obtaining a trump card. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood what kind of mysteries this Emperor Authority Bead contained. This thing turned out to be able to seal the full strength attack of a master from the Emperor realm. Its wonders were somewhat similar to the Star Emperor token he obtained in the territory of the Homeland Star. The Star Emperor token also contained a divine technique of the great emperors of the star field. Everyone here was a Dao Source realm cultivator. If they could obtain this Emperor Authority Bead, among those in the same realm, who could be their opponent? Even if they encountered someone from the Emperor realm, they would still be able to put up a fight. As Lan Sun said, this thing could indeed be used as a trump card, the kind that could determine the outcome of a battle. After all, which cultivator had not experienced life or death situations several times? At such a critical moment, this Emperor Authority Bead was undoubtedly the best trump card. Everyone's breathing quickened again. His face was burning. The last thing. Lan Sun frowned again as she stared at the Longan-sized fiery red bead for a long time before slowly shaking her head. Sir, forgive me for my ignorance, but I don't recognize it. Does anyone have any impression of it? Even a character like Lan Sun did not recognize this fiery red bead, let alone the others, all of them shaking their heads, indicating that they had never seen it before. Lan Sun. Since it was placed together with all the other treasures, it should be. It's an extraordinary item. Her words were not without reason. Among the 5 items placed on the high platform, there was a defensive pseudo-emperor artifact, a drop of supreme divine water, and an emperor aura. An Emperor Authority Bead. Treasures treasures. Extinct in which treasure was emperor in terms of value alone. It was hard to say which was higher. There was no reason for the 5th item to be a useless item. This fiery red bead was at least on the same level as the other treasures. It was just that no one knew what it was used for. Actually, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes were blurred, and her gaze was fixed on the center of the high platform. There was an empty light screen restriction, and there was nothing inside. What I'm more concerned about is what originally existed here. What does Your Highness mean? Kong Qi asked. Lan Sun said, inside this barrier, there is a very strong remnant emperor pressure. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been an emperor artifact here. An emperor artifact? Really? Impossible. Even though everyone present had experienced great storms, they were still shocked. An emperor artifact was not something one could obtain casually. So many of them couldn't help exclaiming. I can't be wrong. Lan Sun said confidently. Not long ago, this emperor artifact was here, but for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, the remnant emperor pressure would not be so clear. Someone came here before us? Gong Wenshan's face sank. Damn it, who got here first? Kong Qi also cursed angrily. Lan Sun shook her head and said, that shouldn't be the case. If someone really got here before us, why would they only take one treasure? The rest of the treasures are also rare treasures, so there's no reason to let them go. What's more, this barrier is still intact. Then what's going on? Kong Qi was confused. I don't know. Lan Sun smiled helplessly. While they were talking, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking about the pink cloud's phoenix robe. Recalling the emperor pressure Zhang Rua she exuded when she wore the pink cloud's phoenix robe, and feeling the remnant aura on the high platform, Yang Kai immediately coughed dryly and said, whether or not there was an emperor artifact here, since it's gone now, it means we are not fated to obtain it. Let's talk about how to distribute the rest of the treasures. As soon as he said this, the somewhat harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone present secretly pushed their source chi to open up the distance between them and the others, their eyes vigilant and dignified. There were 5 treasures and 8 people, so it was obviously impossible to distribute them evenly. Some people were bound to get nothing. All of them were heaven's prides and powerful cultivators, so no one was willing to return empty-handed. Everyone, this Xiao has a proposal, but I don't know if you are willing to listen, Xiao Chen suddenly said with a smile. Kong Qi didn't know what he was going to do, but since the other party had spoken, it wasn't appropriate to stop him, so he could only follow along. What good idea does Brother Xiao have? Why don't you tell us? Everyone else also looked at him. Seeing this, Xiao Chen smiled heartily and said, in the Southern Territory, my Star Soul Palace is supreme, and just now, Her Highness the Princess generously shared a lot of information with everyone. Her Highness the Princess is so kind and selfless. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? When he said this, everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Xiao Chen continued. This Xiao thinks that with the status of Her Highness the Princess, she should take one first. What do you think? Everyone immediately cursed Xiao Chen in their hearts. It was just that in front of Lan Sun, they couldn't vent their anger, so they all wore gloomy faces and didn't answer. Originally, there weren't enough treasures to go around, but now this guy actually proposed to let Lan Sun take one first. This was simply a shameless act. If it were anyone else who said such a thing, they would have drowned in spittle, but since Xiao Chen mentioned Lan Sun, no one dared to act presumptuously. With Lan Sun's status, who dared to have any opinions about her? Did they still want to mingle in the Southern Territory in the future? Even someone as strong as Luo Yuan had a gloomy expression at this moment, and didn't say a word. Although he didn't flinch in the face of Wu Chang, he also knew that there were some people in this world who couldn't be offended, and Lan Sun was one of them. What? Do you think this Zhao's proposal is inappropriate? Xiao Chen used a tiger's skin as a banner, but seeing no one speak, he coldly snorted and said, or, do you all look down on my Star Soul Palace? With this big accusation, Kong Qi immediately glared at Xiao Chen, as if he had just sullied his mother, cursing his 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This Morong Xiao Xiao was a kind-hearted person, so seeing the atmosphere become so awkward, she didn't know how to ease it after saying a word, causing her face to turn red with anxiety. Everyone else was silent and didn't say anything. Yang Kai observed Lan Sun's expression and saw her slightly frown, seemingly a little unhappy. He knew that this was not something she had discussed with Xiao Chen, but rather the latter's arbitrary decision. He nodded secretly in his heart. Yang Kai's impression of Lan Sun was still quite good. If Lan Sun really wanted to use the name of the great emperors and Star Soul Palace to take the treasures, no one would be able to do anything about it. But if that happened, Lan Sun's image would suffer a huge blow. Moreover, although the things on the high platform were extremely precious, with Lan Sun's status, she might not really care about them. The pitch-black shield was of little value to her, because she already had a defensive emperor artifact, given to her by the great emperors. She had no use for the supreme divine water. There were plenty of spirit herbs in the Star Soul Palace, and they had all kinds of ages, so why would she need the supreme divine water to ripen them? As for the emperor aura, she was currently in the First Order Dao Source realm, so it was useless to her. As for the emperor authority bead, if she really wanted one, she only needed to act coquettishly with the great emperors, and the great emperors would definitely refine a few for her. In any case, the great emperors had profound strength, and were not afraid of consuming a few hundred years' worth of secret art. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lan Sun suddenly smiled and said, Since no one has any objections, then big brother Xiao Chun, and I will take one first. Hearing this, Gong Wenshan raised his brow, seemingly understanding the meaning behind her words. He stared at Lan Sun in amazement, but soon his amazement turned into relief, and he smiled lightly. Kong Qi frowned, but also understood the meaning behind Lan Sun's words, smiled and nodded. If the princess wants to take one first, this Kong naturally has no objection. I have no objection. Bian Yuqing immediately expressed her opinion. Everyone present was a shrewd person. Although the meaning expressed by Lan Sun was similar to Xiao Chen's, the intentions of the two were completely different. So how could they not understand? What about you? Lan Sun turned her head to look at Luo Yuan and the others. Your Highness can do as you please. This Luo may not trust others, but he can trust your Highness. Lan Sun gently nodded. Many thanks for Brother Luo's consideration. Since Luo Yuan had expressed his opinion, how could Yang Kai and Morong Xiao have any objections? While everyone nodded in agreement, Xiao Chun became anxious and said with reddened eyes, Your Highness. The smile on Lan Sun's face disappeared as she stared at him coldly and said, Big brother Xiao Chun, since no one has any objections, I'll have to trouble you to take our. At this point, her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to the high platform and pointed. Take back the pseudo-emperor artifact. The value of these 5 treasures was really difficult to judge. Because everyone's needs were different, the functions of these 5 treasures were also different. But for Lan Sun, of the 5 treasures, the least valuable was the pseudo-emperor artifact shield. Because this thing was completely useless to her. Even the fiery red bead, whose purpose she didn't know, might be a rare artifact that would be of some use to her. But she still chose the pseudo-emperor artifact. Chapter 2170. Lan Sun's choice undoubtedly released a different kind of signal. Although she did not want to pressure others with her power, she also did not want to return empty-handed. Regardless of whether those things were useful to her or not, she had come this far with her own ability, so she should have her own share of the spoils. With her and Xiao Chen's strength, they were definitely qualified to snatch at least one. However, she did not really want to have any conflicts with the others over something that was not very useful, so she casually chose one of them as a token. This way, she would be able to account for herself and others. Your Highness, Xiao Chen shouted in a low voice, as if he still wanted to persuade her. Lan Sun's expression was indifferent as she calmly said, Big brother Xiao Chen, do you want me to take it myself? Meeting her gaze, Xiao Chen's heart sank as he realized that if he continued to pester her, he would really make Lan Sun unhappy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen squeezed out a smile and said, Then your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and he leapt onto the high platform. Someone acted as the vanguard, working hard to test whether there was any danger on the high platform, while the rest of the people naturally watched with wide eyes. Fortunately, there were no traps or dangers on the high platform, except for the barriers that covered the various treasures. Xiao Chen stood in front of the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, and although there was a trace of unwillingness on his face, he could only summon his sword, push his source chi, and slash at the semicircular barrier covering the high platform. Even if he did not use his full strength for this attack, he used at least half of it. Moreover, it was an attack filled with anger. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. With a flash of light, the longsword landed heavily on the light screen. However, the light barrier was extremely sturdy, and after being slightly dented by the huge force and slash, it directly bounced back, unscathed. Oh? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. While lamenting the strength of this barrier, they were also calculating how much power they would need to break it and snatch the treasures. Xiao Chen's failure to break the barrier made him feel a little embarrassed, so he withdrew his sword, shook it and slowly recited, Plum blossoms hide in snow, fragrance comes naturally. As the sword was drawn, plum blossoms bloomed. This killing move was displayed at this moment, and it was poetic and picturesque. A mesmerizing aroma wafted in the air. The plum blossoms that lingered around the tip of everyone's nose suddenly turned into countless fluorescent lights that violently bombarded the light screen. Intense vibrations spread out, and the light screen flickered wildly. Although the color continued to dim, there was still no sign of it being broken. Xiao Chun was enraged. The sword turned again. Another ultimate move appeared. Slanting moon imperial crushing mirror sky. Another sword skill that was pleasing to the eye was displayed, and the violent power continued to bombard the screen of light. Crack. Finally, cracks appeared on the light screen. When Xiao Chun saw this, he circulated his origin energy and thrust his sword forward. With a loud crash, the barrier was completely destroyed and Xiao Chun grabbed the pseudo-emperor artifact shield in his hand, leapt up, and landed next to Lan Sun. "Your Highness, I've got it." "Yes." Lan Sun nodded lightly, but did not look at the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, instead turning to the others with a smile and saying, "Then, Lan Sun will take her leave now. Everyone good luck." Saying so, she turned and walked towards the light gate on the right side of the hall. Although Xiao Chun was full of unwillingness, he had no choice but to follow closely behind Lan Sun. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at the others as if to say, "Count yourself lucky this time." After a short while, the two from Star Soul Palace disappeared into the light gate together. "Your Highness is quite good." After a moment of silence, Kong Qi suddenly said, Gong Wenshan nodded in agreement. "In the end, she is the daughter of great emperors. Her breadth of mind is extraordinary. This Gong is ashamed. You really should be ashamed." Kong Qi looked at him bitterly. At that moment, a burst of giggling rang out as Bian Yuqing looked around with her beautiful eyes and said, "Although your Highness and that attendant have left, the remaining people and treasures don't seem to have enough to share." On the high platform, there were originally 5 treasures, but now that the pseudo-emperor artifact shield had been taken away, only 4 remained, but there were still 6 people. "I want to take one first," Luo Yuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gong Wenshan cast his gaze over and curled his lips. "Why?" Kong Qi also said, "If you want to seize treasures, naturally you have to rely on strength. Your Highness taking one first, I have no objection. But if you want to take one first, I have a big objection." Luo Yuan came from the octagonal door, which could only be regarded as a medium-sized sect in the entire Southern Territory. But Kong Qi was from Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The weight of his backer alone was different, so how could Kong Qi be afraid of him here? Luo Yuan smiled proudly as he swept his eyes over the crowd coldly and said, "If anyone is not convinced, come forward and try." Kong Qi could not help showing a cold look on his face as he slowly nodded and said, "This friend's attitude really makes this Kong feel a little uncomfortable. This Kong would like to ask for some advice from this friend. But, bastard, what are you doing?" Before Kong Qi could finish his words though, his face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help shouting. In the next moment, everyone became angry, because while these people were arguing, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he appeared directly on top of the high platform, stretched out his hand, and slammed it towards one of the light curtains. "Bold! How dare you!" Luo Yuan shouted as he also pushed off with his feet and flew out. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated, and all used their movement skills to chase after him, lest they fall behind. However, when Lan Sun asked Xiao Chun to take the pseudo-emperor artifact shield, everyone had already figured out what kind of treasure to snatch. After all, the remaining 4 treasures had different functions, and everyone's preferences were not the same. As such, when the 6 of them jumped onto the high platform, they all chose different targets. Yang Kai's goal was the fiery red bead that even Lan Sun could not recognize. The reason he chose this was not because he recognized it, but because of what Zhang Ruo she had said before. She had told Yang Kai. Qiongqi had said so. If there was a chance to enter the final destination, he had to choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, whether it was the Emperor Aura, Emperor Authority Bead, or Supreme Divine Water, they were all very useful treasures. Only this fiery red bead could not be recognized, so it looked the most useless. Qiongqi was a divine spirit, And he had even given Zhang Ruoxi the pink cloud's phoenix robe, so there was no reason for him to lie to him. So Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was this fiery red bead, and this choice of his also intentionally or unintentionally avoided the others. No one was interested in this bead, although they felt that it was absolutely extraordinary. Before they knew its specific effects, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses if they rashly snatched this thing. What if it had no use? So the remaining 5 people, they set their sights on the remaining 3 treasures. Among them, Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were eyeing the Emperor Authority bead. The two's thoughts were simple. The Emperor Authority bead sealed the full power of a master from the Emperor realm, and was their strongest trump card. With it, they would have the capital to save their lives. As long as they were alive, there was hope in everything. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, they chose the Emperor Aura. This thing could be used to refine an Emperor artifact. Its value was simply immeasurable. Morong Xiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Authority bead, but when she saw that Luo Yuan's goal was the same as hers, she could not help gritting her teeth and immediately changed direction, rushing to the supreme divine water that no one was paying attention to and directly breaking the barrier. Xiao Baiyi had once told her that when she was alone, she should never have any conflict with Luo Yuan, because he was very dangerous. Xiao Baiyi was not sure he could win against him. Morong Xiao was very obedient and naturally would not disobey Xiao Baiyi's advice. The 6 people immediately divided into several areas of territory, with Yang Kai and Morong Xiao breaking the barrier on their own, while the remaining 4 people fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kong Qi and Luo Yuan was the most intense. Neither of them was willing to back down, and while each of them was using their own methods to break the barrier, they were also constantly exchanging blows, causing the high platform to be filled with world energy aura. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, it should be said that Gong Wenshan was worthy of being called a spirit array master. After landing on the high platform, he directly summoned an array plate. This array plate turned into ripples and spread out, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the place he was standing, including Bian Yuqing. No one could see what was going on inside. However, after falling into the opponent's array plate, Yang Kai estimated that Bian Yuqing was probably powerless to reverse the situation, and could only silently feel sorry for her in his heart. The scene of Xiao Chen breaking the barrier was still vivid in everyone's mind, so everyone knew that this barrier was extremely tough, and could not be broken at will. At this moment, they naturally spared no effort. Yang Kai directly used his dragon transformation secret technique, urging his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to transform his hand into a dragon claw that smashed towards the barrier. Under the condition that no one was interfering, he tried a total of 5 times before he finally broke the restriction. Once the light barrier shattered, Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead and threw it into his space ring. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were not giving way to each other, one of their hands touching the other as they competed with their source qi. Both of them were also using their other hands to crack the barrier around the Emperor Authority bead. The light of the barrier was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was about to be broken. Next to the 2 of them, Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan were shrouded in smoke. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. On the outermost edge, Morong Xiao anxiously urged her artifact, the Heavenly Feather Ring, to continuously bombard the supreme divine water barrier. Although she was using all her strength, it would still take her at least a few breaths of time to break this barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived directly beside Morong Xiao. Junior brother Yang. Morong Xiao pursed her red lips lightly and called out with a complicated expression. Yang Kai did not answer, instead using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to coordinate with Morong Xiao's heavenly feather ring and slamming it towards the light barrier. With the combined strength of the 2, the barrier shattered with a bang. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took out a jade bottle, filled it with the drop of supreme divine water, and immediately threw it to Morong Xiao, shouting in a low voice, "Go!" Chapter 2171. Yang Kai was not an insatiable person. At this moment, he had already snatched a treasure and helped Morong Xiao Xiao obtain the supreme divine water. So naturally, it was best for him to leave first. Morong Xiao Xiao heard this and had no objections, immediately holding the jade bottle in the palm of her hand and putting away her heavenly feather ring before following closely behind Yang Kai. The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed directly into the light gate and disappeared. Just as the two of them left, on the high platform, Luo Yuan let out a shout, and a surge of source qi burst forth. Kong Qi's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed, "You!" As soon as his words fell, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. When he landed, his face was filled with shock. He never expected that Luo Yuan's strength would be so high. Both of them were cultivators from the third order Dao source realm, but at the final moment of their source qi competition, Luo Yuan was able to directly injure him. Kong Qi was also a heaven's pride, the #1 rising star of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Luo Yuan, the difference between the two was obvious. Overconfident. After Luo Yuan shook off Kong Qi, he had no intention of chasing after him, and instead smashing the barrier with his palm, easily taking away the Emperor authority bead that sealed the full power of the master from the Emperor realm. Then, he turned his gaze to the place filled with smoke, let out a low roar, and rushed over fiercely. But at that moment, the rolling smoke parted on its own, and when Luo Yuan rushed over, the thick fog burst like a bubble and disappeared. Only Bian Yuqing remained in place, looking around blankly and gnashing her teeth. A figure flashed like a ghost and rushed towards the light gate. Soon it entered. Then it disappeared. "Where's the Emperor Aura?" Although he had some guesses, Luo Yuan still shouted at Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing said with a look of grievance, "How should I know? I was trapped in that smoke and couldn't see anything. Waste." Luo Yuan cursed before chasing after the figure and disappearing into the light gate. If he was not mistaken, that figure should be Gongwen Shan, who had definitely snatched the Emperor Aura and escaped. "Why are you yelling at me?" Bian Yuqing felt wronged. In the blink of an eye, only the pale-faced Kong Qi and the dejected Bian Yuqing were left in the hall. The latter glanced at the former and pursed her lips into a smile. "This little brother." Kong Qi glanced at her and smiled bitterly. "Don't call me so intimately, I didn't get anything. It's useless to try and scheme against me." Bian Yuqing bitterly curled her lips and said, "A bunch of bastards. I'm so angry." Aside from Lan Sun and Xiao Chun, who had left at the beginning, Lan Sun and Xiao Chun were the only ones left. Only Bian Yuqing and Kong Qi were left with nothing. The rest of the people divided the rest of the treasures equally, which naturally annoyed Bian Yuqing. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the weakest among them. In terms of strength, she didn't think she was the weakest either. But in the end, he returned empty-handed. She was naturally unable to accept such an opportunity. Outside the Flowing Time Temple, somewhere, with a flash of light, Yang Kai and Morong Xiao Xiao appeared at the same time. Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no sign of anyone else nearby, so he didn't know if they had been teleported somewhere else. But the light gate was indeed a passage out of the Flowing Time Temple. There was no doubt about that. After waiting for a while, there was still no trace of anyone else. Yang Kai immediately understood that unless they all passed through the light gate at the same time, they would appear in different places. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Morong Xiao Xiao, who was looking at him gratefully. Yang Kai had helped her obtain the supreme divine water at the last moment, not taking the opportunity to snatch it from her, which was enough to make Morong Xiao Xiao very grateful. At that time, Yang Kai could have taken advantage of the opportunity to snatch the supreme divine water. Morong Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and was about to say something when a sudden change occurred. In the sky, a buzzing sound like muffled thunder suddenly rang out. This sound was so loud that it spread in all directions, and all the cultivators within 100 kilometers could hear it clearly. At the same time as this sound came out, the Flowing Time Temple suspended in the sky emitted a dazzling divine light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. An amazing pressure spread from there, spreading in all directions. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the sound continued. Junior brother Yang. Morong Xiao Xiao called out with a dignified expression. Yang Kai did not answer, but instead narrowed his eyes and observed in that direction. After a while he sighed. This temple seems to be going into hiding again. I don't know what kind of opportunity it will take the next time it appears. And I don't know when it will appear again. As he said, after the dazzling light dissipated, the flowing time temple in the sky no longer existed. And just like its bizarre appearance, it once again returned to the void. However, in the place where the temple was originally located, there was a black dot standing there. This is. Yang Kai looked over, and could not help narrowing his eyes. In the sky, a strange beast appeared out of thin air. This beast was burning with flames, and was extremely tall. It looked like a tiger or an ox, as if it was made of flames. There was a single red horn on its forehead, a pair of wings on its back, and scales all over its body. It exhaled a flame-like breath from its nostrils, melting the void, and wherever its 4 feet stepped, flames burned and space distorted. Qiongqi, Yang Kai exclaimed in horror. Morong Xiao Xiao could not help but cover her red lips with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Born in the Azure Sun Temple, and an elite disciple in the sect, she had naturally heard of the name Qiongqi. These 2 simple words represented extreme evil, endless slaughter, and eternal despair. Even in the ancient times, the Holy Spirit Qiongqi was a ferocious beast with a notorious reputation. Countless heroes had died to its flames, and very few experts had the heart to resist it. At this moment, it was just standing quietly in the void, but its cruel and fierce aura was like a deadly poisonous gas, making the creatures within 100 miles unable to breathe and trembling all over. Within 100 kilometers, all the cultivators who felt this ferocious pressure felt their bodies sink, as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, and a feeling of impending death appeared in their hearts. Roar! A roar came out. Qiongqi roared to the sky, and there were extremely complex emotions in its voice. It seemed to be happy, excited and sad. After that, it looked arrogantly at the surroundings, and its eyes that burned like flames were fixed on a certain spot in space. It stretched out a claw, tore through space, and bore its head into it before vanishing. Outside the 4 Seasons realm, in a nameless valley, there was no more world energy here, and it was extremely desolate. Only a huge oval-shaped light gate still existed in mid-air. The mini cultivator who had gathered here had already poured into the 4 Seasons realm a few days ago. At this time, only a few masters from the Emperor realm remained here. Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Shueting of Azure Sun Temple, Chun Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Tseng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Lu Qi. These masters stayed here to observe the changes at the entrance to the 4 Seasons realm, so as to avoid accidents that could not be remedied, and also to wait for the return of their elite disciples. Since the Dao Source Realm Masters entered the 4 Seasons realm, these masters from the Emperor realm each found a place to sit and rest. For masters like them, waiting for 33 days was nothing. Perhaps they just needed to comprehend the mysteries of their secret arts. Or perhaps they just needed to refine their Emperor artifacts a little. 33 days passed quickly, so no one found it boring at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yang opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and soon, this confusion turned into shock and horror. In the next moment, all the masters from the Emperor realm stood up and opened their eyes wide, looking in the same direction. There, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. As soon as the crack appeared, it directly collapsed into a large hole. From that crack, a terrifying pressure that made everyone present tremble in fear came out. Under everyone's gaze, a fiery red exotic beast that burned like flames slowly stepped out from the crack. Ha 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 ha, this uncle is finally free. As soon as the exotic beast appeared, it suddenly spoke in human language and laughed wildly, like a prisoner who had been imprisoned for countless years and was finally released. Divine Spirit. Qiongqi. Xiao Yuyang, after observing the exotic beast for a moment, could not help exclaiming as he pushed his source qi fiercely. The faces of the other masters from the Emperor realm also sank as they all gathered around Xiao Yuyang. The masters from the Emperor realm knew better than anyone else just how terrifying Qiongqi was. But none of them had expected that in this nameless mountain valley, a divine spirit would suddenly appear, let alone the notoriously fierce Qiongqi. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Sun Yuan's legs and stomach trembled as his face turned extremely pale. Oh! Qiongqi's pair of beastly eyes swept the area below as it said in a low muffled voice, "I see so many delicious meals as soon as I come out." As it spoke, a string of crystal clear saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth, as if it had been starving for a long time. Gudong. The sound of saliva swallowing rang out. But the source was not Qiongqi, but the masters from the Emperor realm, who had gathered together. Almost everyone was frightened by Qiongqi's words. The words of a divine spirit were not overconfident. Any mature divine spirit was no weaker than the great emperors, so if it really wanted to treat the people from the Emperor realm as food, few would be able to escape. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuyang was the first to recover. He quickly cupped his fists and shouted, "Star Soul Palace's Silver Star Envoy, Xiao Yuyang, greets Master Qiongqi. May I ask why Master has appeared here?" Star Soul Palace? Qiongqi heard this and a trace of disdain flashed across its beastly eyes. What's that? It had not even heard of the Southern Territories overlord sect. Xiao Yuyang could not help but feel his heart sink as he realized that the situation was not good. This divine spirit might have been asleep for countless years, so it had not even heard of Star Soul Palace. His plan to use the name of the Bright Moon Great Emperors to deter the other party was not going to work. Chapter 2172. It is your honor to be able to become this young master's food. Who wants to go first? Qiongqi looked around fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dared to answer. Everyone from the Emperor realm was pale, their bodies trembling as they felt extremely depressed. Not speaking, Qiongqi said sarcastically, "If you don't speak, then this young master will choose one at random. You can't escape, it's just a matter of time. Don't be afraid." Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi couldn't help but shout as he looked eagerly at Xiao Yuyang, as if he was pinning his hopes on him. Xiao Yuyang's face darkened as he realized that it was too late to act now. He could only summon a golden mirror-like object. As soon as this object appeared, it suddenly exploded. At the same time that the mirror-like thing exploded, a gentle pressure as deep as the sea descended from the sky, and a stalwart figure slowly emerged from the shattered space. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but turn solemn as they bowed respectfully towards this figure. This person wore a jade crown, and his figure was tall and straight like a mountain. His aura was deep and unfathomable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory, so it was obviously not a physical body. But in the next moment, two solid eyes pierced through the void and fixed directly on Qiongqi. Even someone as strong as Qiongqi couldn't help restraining his aura and coldly snorted. The souls of the great emperors have descended? He could feel the aura that only the great emperors possessed from this illusory figure, so he naturally understood who this person was. This was clearly the soul of the great emperors, the overlords of this world. They were like the two most dazzling balls of light in the darkness. Qiongqi focused all of his attention on the great emperor. The great emperors were also paying close attention to the other party. This king didn't know. There is still Qiongqi in this world. Mingyu suddenly said, "Humph." Qiongqi didn't back down and said coldly, "When I was free and unfettered, you weren't even born yet. Why are you pretending to be a big shot in front of me?" It looked like it didn't put Mingyu in its eyes at all. It said in disdain, "What? You think I'm afraid of a mere soul? One man and one beast." As the words collided, it was as if there was a substantial fluctuation of energy. The collision caused the void to collapse and pressure filled the sky. Tiny spatial cracks swam in all directions, and in an instant, the world lost all light. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the nameless valley was on the verge of collapsing. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to utter a single word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly circulating their origin energy to resist the terrifying pressure coming from all directions. Master Qiongqi, you must be joking. As one of the few experts in the world, Mingyu did not mind Qiongqi's arrogant attitude at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Mingyu just wants to congratulate Master for finally regaining your freedom and breaking free. Qiongqi's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, What do you know? Mingyu said, When I was young, I heard that the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master had a playmate, Divine Spirit Qiongqi. Unfortunately, after the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master passed away, this playmate disappeared without a trace. After tens of thousands of years, I wonder if Master still remembers those happy times? The Flowing Time Great Emperor Qiongqi seemed to have been awakened by Mingyu's words. His arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and his pair of burning beast eyes were filled with reminiscence. Mingyu stood there quietly, not intending to disturb him. Xiao Yuyang and the others didn't dare to move. After a long time, Mingyu said, I wonder if Master Qiongqi is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Master. Perhaps I can give it to Master. It's useless to flatter me. Qiongqi shook his head and snorted, then said, This Master is hungry. Mingyu smiled and said, I will prepare it for Master. That's more like it. Qiongqi said in a loud voice, Since you've invited me so sincerely, then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace. Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Qiongqi. Qiongqi swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Qiongqi left, Xiao Yuyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over, and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. Farewell, Master. Everyone from the Emperor Realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor Realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor Realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter, Sung Yuan said with a lingering fear. And, if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today. Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. It was the great emperors who saved us. It wasn't this Xiao's credit. However, with Qiongqi's appearance, I'm afraid the southern territory will be plagued with disasters again. Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Qiongqi was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader, so that they could take precautions early. In the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, and heading towards the winter territory. Not long ago, while he and Morong Xiao were waiting in the Two Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao Bai through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Bai naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Bai on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Bai's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. If not for this, in the final palace where the treasures were snatched, Xiao Bai would have occupied at least one of the spots. Perhaps he would have obtained some incredible gains. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai had a knot in his heart, so he didn't stay for long. After informing the other two, he set off for the winter territory alone. Halfway there, he took out the fiery red bead to observe, but he couldn't figure out what this bead was used for. No matter how he probed it with his divine sense, or poured his source chi into it. This bead didn't respond at all. In desperation, Yang Kai could only put it into his space ring for the time being. At this moment, the Two Seasons mountain range was calm. He didn't know if it was because of the appearance of the flowing time temple not long ago, or because of the appearance of Cheongqi, but Yang Kai didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the Two Seasons mountain range. In front of him was a completely different world. What entered his eyes was white, wrapped in silver. Heavy snow was falling, and the snow on the ground was more than a dozen feet thick. As soon as he stepped into this place, the omnipresent cold wrapped around his body and poured into his body through his pores, freezing his blood and condensing his soul. Yang Kai braved the wind and snow. They explored this world filled with white. In the Four Seasons realm, the natural environment of each territory was completely different. In the summer territory, the sun was scorching and the temperature was extremely high, but in the winter territory, it was a completely different world from the summer territory. The environment where the tribulation fruit grew was extremely cold, and in the winter territory's environment, it was indeed easy for such a spirit fruit to grow. Yang Kai held a glimmer of hope and didn't feel that this exploration was difficult. He walked all the way through the winter territory, trekking over mountains and rivers. Although he occasionally made some gains, they were all rare spirit flowers and strange fruits, and he didn't see any trace of the tribulation fruit. The omnipresent cold made the source chi in his body drain at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he could only summon Lu Yen to travel with him. Lu Yen was a fire attribute artifact spirit and had swallowed all kinds of mysterious flames, so she was naturally not afraid of this trivial cold. Not only that, when she stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't feel much of the cold. Lu Yen also very considerately stayed close to Yang Kai, constantly using her own heat to dispel the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike the other territory, there seemed to be very few traces of people in the winter territory. Even if a cultivator was teleported here when they first entered, they would probably find a way to leave this damned place in the shortest time possible. Unless Yang Kai had a special purpose and had no choice but to come to the winter territory, it was likely that no one would stay in this environment for long. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but didn't see a single person. In the entire winter territory, it seemed that he was the only one who existed. 3 days later, somewhere in the winter territory, Yang Kai looked around with a blank expression. He had been completely lost in this silver-white world, and at this moment, he couldn't even figure out his direction. For a powerhouse like him, it was basically impossible for such a situation to occur. But the environment in the winter territory was really too harsh and special. Even Yang Kai couldn't walk freely here and remember the way. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left had been covered by snow. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked with concern. "Well, I seem to be lost," Yang Kai replied calmly. Lu Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "There's such a thing. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just keep flying in one direction, and I'll get out of here eventually." Speaking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. "But searching aimlessly like this, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find anything." "Unfortunately, I can't help you with anything," Lu Yen replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned. "Staying by my side is the biggest help you can get." The corners of Lu Yan's mouth raised, evoking a smile. The next moment, she suddenly cried out in surprise. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at her. Lu Yen stood there, her beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, "Master, I seem to have found something very interesting." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Saying so, Lu Yen turned into a streak of flame and shot forward. Not long after, she fell into a snowy peak in front of them and disappeared. Chapter 2173. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited for 3 hours before Lu Yen returned from the ice peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help but be interested and asked, "What did you do there?" Lu Yen didn't answer, but said to the side, "Come out, don't be afraid." Wherever she looked, there was nothing at all. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Lu Yen wouldn't tease him, so he held his breath and carefully observed the place. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. Lu Yen said helplessly, "Master, wait a moment. It still seems a little timid. Let me talk to it." After saying that, Lu Yen squatted down and stared at the bottom of the snow with her beautiful eyes. Her divine sense surged, as if she was communicating with someone. After a long time without any response, Lu Yen suddenly became a little annoyed. Her face darkened and she said coldly, "If you don't come out, I'll melt you." As soon as she said that, a piece of flat snow suddenly protruded, as if something was coming out from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes to observe, secretly surprised. Not long after, the snow flew out. Something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turned into a streamer, and danced in the air. Although it was fast, Yang Kai still saw it clearly. It was a palm-sized snowflake. However, this snowflake was different from ordinary snowflakes. It seemed to have a certain degree of spirituality, as if it had its own thoughts. Not only that, but there were flame-like lines on the surface of its body constantly burning. The surrounding air was distorted. "What is this?" Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He asked in surprise. Lu Yen said, "I don't know, but it should be something similar to my body." As she spoke, she hooked her finger at the snowflake. The flying snowflake immediately settled down and fell in front of her, but it didn't dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at the snowflake with interest and found that it was right in the center. There were traces of facial features. Although it was not very clear, there was no doubt that they were facial features. "Natural wonder?" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. These snowflakes were probably created by the special environment of the realm of winter over the years. In this world, it was likely that no one knew what kind of existence it was. "Sort of." Lu Yen nodded. "But it's also a kind of ice flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sense its existence." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately understood. Lu Yen himself was the incarnation of a weapon spirit. The essence of this snowflake was probably a kind of heaven and earth unique fire. Therefore, Lu Yen had an inexplicable connection with it. It was just that one was cold and the other was hot. So the little snowflake didn't dare to get close to Lu Yen. Moreover, he was extremely fearful of her. "You brought it here. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. Logically speaking, Lu Yen could completely devour this kind of ice flame. Although the other party's attribute was ice, it had already given birth to wisdom, which was of great use to Lu Yan's growth. But she didn't mean to devour it. Instead, she deliberately brought it in front of Yang Kai, which showed that Lu Yen didn't want to use it to improve her strength. "It's very familiar with this place. We can ask it to help us find things." Lu Yen smiled slightly. "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lu Yen frowned and said, "But its wisdom is very limited, and it's very difficult to communicate with it. I don't know if it will work. It's better than looking for it aimlessly like this." Yang Kai grinned. "As for its effect, we'll know after we try it." While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly and said, "What good things are here? Take me to find them." The little snowflake was indifferent and quietly suspended in the air. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yen and said, "Can't it understand?" Lu Yen pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It has never seen a living person. How can it understand human language? I can only communicate with it by divine thoughts." With that said, Lu Yen suddenly sent her divine thoughts to the little snowflake. This time, the little snowflake obviously understood something. It shook slightly in the air and suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Lu Yen looked at each other and immediately followed. After a while, under the guidance of the little snowflake, Yang Kai and Lu Yen came to a valley together. On a snowy ground, the little snowflake stopped and kept circling around one place. "There should be something good here," Lu Yen said. "Let's see." Yang Kai had already started to move while speaking. As he activated his source strength, the snow in that place flew out. After an incense stick worth of time, a huge deep pit appeared. Yang Kai buried his head in it and searched. After a while, He jumped out with a happy face, and there was a spirit grass in his hand that looked like it was carved out of ice and jade. Good, good. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the little snowflake approvingly. It's really useful. It's much better than me searching blindly. As if it understood Yang Kai's praise, the little snowflake flew around Yang Kai quickly a few times and immediately fell on his shoulder. Its vague facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the little snowflake's mind should be very simple. After all, it was born in this winter territory and had never been in contact with other creatures. Its spiritual world was as pure and flawless as a piece of white paper. Otherwise, how could a casual praise make it so happy? Do your job well, or I will melt you. Lu Yin played the bad guy at the right time. Her pretty face was cold, and her killing intent was obvious. The little snowflake was scared and shivered. It hid behind Yang Kai and clung to his shoulder, revealing a corner and looking at Lu Yin timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at Lu Yin. The latter stuck out her tongue at him. When their eyes met, everything was understood without words. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most valuable thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Lu Yin nodded and released her divine thoughts to convey Yang Kai's meaning. When the little snowflake received the order, it immediately rushed out and led the way. With this kind of natural treasure leading the way, Yang Kai really saved a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately look for anything. In this snowy land, as long as there was any precious treasure, it couldn't escape the little snowflake's detection. As long as it flew around a certain place a few times, Yang Kai would know that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring had many more ice attribute spirit grasses, all of which were Dao Source grade, and there were even some Emperor grade spirit grasses. The special environment of the winter territory had created good growth conditions. Many spirit grasses and medicines had not been discovered since the day they were born until now. Under the guidance of the little snowflake, they were collected by Yang Kai. No matter what kind of spirit grass or medicine it was at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai's harvest was huge. With the contact along the way, the little snowflake seemed to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai and was no longer as timid as before. Like a newborn child, it was full of curiosity about Yang Kai and would fly around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. However, because Lu Yin had always played the role of the bad guy along the way, threatening from time to time, the little snowflake naturally respected her and didn't dare to approach within 10 meters of Lu Yin. As a result, Yang Kai and Lu Yin had to be separated for a while. Although his harvest was great, to Yang Kai's disappointment, he did not obtain the tribulation fruit. He had obtained several things rarer than the tribulation fruit, but the thing he wanted the most was still missing. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so he could only go with the flow. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Not far in front of him, there was a sparkling lake, which covered an area of about 10 acres. It was surrounded by mountains, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. What made him extremely surprised was that such a lake actually did not show any signs of freezing. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and as soon as it touched the lake, it melted, as if the lake had some magical power, so that it would never freeze because of the cold. The water was so clear that Yang Kai even saw some strange fish swimming under the water. However, from the big mouths full of fangs, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. At this place, the little snowflake stopped moving forward and kept flying around Yang Kai. From its body, a strange emotion was transmitted. After being in contact with the little snowflake for so long, Yang Kai had learned to figure out its thoughts through its behavior. So when he saw it like this, Yang Kai asked thoughtfully, "Are you trying to say that the most precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as this statement came out, the little snowflake immediately floated up and down, as if nodding. Yang Kai was certain and nodded. "I'll go take a look." "Master, you must be careful," Lu Yin exhorted with concern. Yang Kai nodded and leapt forward. After arriving at the top of the lake, He observed his surroundings for a moment before diving straight down into the lake. A cultivator like him didn't need to worry about his clothes getting wet from the lake water at all. He only needed to circulate his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body, and he could move freely underwater. The pressure of a Tao source realm spread out, and the surrounding fish scattered like birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looked terrifying, in fact, they didn't have much strength, so naturally, they didn't dare to approach. The little snowflake didn't follow him, so Yang Kai didn't know where the so-called most precious thing was. But heading towards the center should be the right choice. So while investigating the surrounding environment, he swam towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Lu Yan watched quietly, her beautiful eyes staring in the direction of Yang Kai, waiting for the slightest situation so she could immediately go to his aid. The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, when Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it, and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish. The woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth. The originally small cherry mouth under this grin, it actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yan, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sex female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Tao Source Realm cultivator, who entered the Four Seasons realm, didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. After figuring this out, it was naturally easier to deal with it. When the real fatal attack arrived, he could escape with a single teleport. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the exotic beast that was chewing on something in its mouth suddenly stopped, and the dozen pairs of eyes on its ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai. Immediately, it opened its mouth wide and spat out the lake water in its mouth. Somewhere in front of its body, a mouth-like existence split open, revealing dense fangs and letting out a roar. The sound gathered into a wave that was visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, causing the calm lake surface to ripple in an instant. On the surface of Yang Kai's body, source chi emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the sound wave, while emitting a halo of light. Second-order Tao Source Realm. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and understood the level and strength of this monster beast. As for the exotic beast, seeing that its sound attack was ineffective, it seemed to be furious. Its dozen pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and an invisible force rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, "Soul power comparable to a peak Tao Source Realm cultivator." His expression was solemn as his knowledge sea tumbled, and a ferocious spiritual energy poured out, turning into an invisible shock wave that rushed forward. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai's body shook, and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps, a sharp pain in his head. The exotic beast didn't fare any better, its round body convulsing and trembling violently as its tentacles danced about, letting out miserable howls from its mouth. A collision between divine senses was the most dangerous and unpredictable. This exotic beast didn't put Yang Kai in its eyes because it was proficient in soul attacks. So Yang Kai naturally couldn't show weakness to his enemy. He had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid of using his spiritual energy to fight head-on with his opponent. In this confrontation, neither man nor beast managed to gain any advantage. However, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to mitigate the damage to his soul, so it only took a moment for him to calm down. On the other hand, the exotic beast was still unable to control itself, and was trembling violently, as if the collision just now had caused it great damage. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't hesitate. Summoning the myriad sword in his hand, Emperor pressure filled the air as he transformed into a streak of light and slashed forward. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the long sword swept up thousands of sword lights and shot towards the exotic beast like a storm. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the lake red. The exotic beast howled in pain, as its dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a look of horror. Its 7 or 8 tentacles danced about in the air to intercept the omnipresent sword lights. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's blow failed to kill it. In Yang Kai's opinion, this exotic beast was only a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, but its soul was comparable to a peak Tao Source Realm cultivator. With such a powerful soul, its physique couldn't be much stronger. However, the round body was extremely elastic. When the sword light struck, many of the sword chi flew away along the surface of the radiance, causing only a small amount of damage to it. However, the 7 or 8 tentacles were not so lucky, and were directly cut into countless pieces, scattering across the lake. This time, the exotic beast looked even uglier. It had completely turned into a round ball with eyes growing all over its body. Seemingly aware of the crisis, the exotic beast didn't intend to fight Yang Kai to the death, and instead sank directly to the bottom of the lake, quickly diving downwards. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Boldly daring, he rushed into the lake and chased after the old man. The lake water was extremely clear, and there was blood flowing out along the way, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about losing it. This lake was at least a few dozen meters deep, and the deeper he went, the darker it became. But Yang Kai didn't have to worry about not being able to see it at all. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai followed the tracks to the bottom of the lake and looked forward, raising his brow. He saw the exotic beast sitting quietly at the bottom of the lake, and about a meter or so from the bottom of the lake, there was an altar-like existence with something placed on top of it. It was a bead about the size of a longan, exuding a green glow. The moment Yang Kai saw this bead, his heart couldn't help but tremble, because apart from a different color, this bead was no different from the treasures he had snatched in the Flowing Time Temple. Even the size seemed to be carved from the same mold. It can't be. Yang Kai suddenly had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't confirm it. At this moment, the strange beast was standing there quietly, the green bead giving off a dense green light that enveloped it. Under the protection of this green light, the wound that had been inflicted by Yang Kai had completely healed and was no longer bleeding. Of course, the tentacles couldn't grow out for the time being. No matter how strong the vitality of this exotic beast was, it was impossible for it to regenerate a severed limb. This should be the most precious thing in the winter territory. Yang Kai looked at the green bead and thought to himself, little snowflake had brought him here. And in this lake, apart from the exotic beast, there was only this bead placed on the altar. It couldn't be said that the exotic beast was the most precious thing in the winter territory. Apart from this green bead, there was no other explanation. The arrival of Yang Kai seemed to have alarmed the exotic beast that was healing itself. It didn't need to turn its head, as the dozen pairs of eyes on its body had already discovered Yang Kai's presence. In the next moment, it opened its big mouth and roared threateningly. Unfortunately, having lost its tentacles, it couldn't use any decent killing moves. It could only condense its spiritual energy again and attack Yang Kai through the dozen pairs of eyes. You're courting death. Yang Kai's face sank, and as his left eye opened and closed, the demon eye of annihilation appeared. In the golden pupil, a budding lotus flower slowly took shape, and with a spin, it disappeared from Yang Kai's eye. In the next moment, the exotic beast froze in place, as if it had been paralyzed. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike, and Space Force surged as he muttered, "Exile." A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. Chapter 2175. This was the monster core of a monster beast, at the level of a second-order Tao Source Realm monster beast, and one that was proficient in the power of its soul. It was definitely the best raw material to refine a spirit pill that could enhance one's soul. Yang Kai put it into his space ring before strolling over to the altar. On the altar, there were no traces of barriers or spirit arrays, and the green bead was simply placed on it. Yang Kai checked it for a long time before reaching out and picking it up. It went unexpectedly smoothly. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't feel any energy fluctuations from this bead. He poured his source chi into it, but there was no reaction. Everything was the same as the other fiery red bead. Yang Kai didn't know how the strange beast managed to use the energy in this green bead to heal him. Immediately afterward, he took out the fiery red bead and compared the two, finding that it was exactly as he had observed. These two beads were exactly the same size, only their colors were different. After observing them for a long time, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he could only helplessly put them away. But just as he put the green bead into his space ring, a sudden change occurred. This lake, which was originally cold but showed no signs of freezing, suddenly began to crackle from all directions, as if an omnipresent cold was attacking from all directions. The lake began to freeze. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water and looked down from above, he saw that the entire lake had been frozen, no longer sparkling like before. It seems it's because of the existence of this green bead. This lake has avoided the fate of freezing, Yang Kai secretly speculated. He didn't know what kind of magical power was contained in this green bead that could prevent the invasion of the cold. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai turned around and flew towards the shore. After he returned, Lu Yan just nodded slightly to him and didn't say anything. The little snowflake, on the other hand, looked very happy and flew around Yang Kai. Continue, Yang Kai said to the little snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Yang Kai's meaning and turned around and flew in a certain direction. For the next few days, Yang Kai kept wandering around the winter territory, with the little snowflake's guidance and search. As long as there were any precious treasures nearby, they couldn't escape its prying eyes. Naturally, they were all put into Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's thoughts were very simple. Since the great emperors of the secular world had instructed Qin Chaoyang to come to the Four Seasons realm to search for the tribulation fruit, they definitely wouldn't be aimless. In other words, there was definitely such a spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm, but he hadn't found it yet. He could not find the tribulation fruit. He would never leave the winter territory. Otherwise, once he left the Four Seasons realm, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself to Qin Chaoyang. To Yang Kai's disappointment, although he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, there was no trace of the tribulation fruit. He had also killed a lot of monster beasts, but apart from obtaining some monster cores, he hadn't obtained a single star seal. As time passed, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly become anxious. On this day in an ice field, Yang Kai stood under a layer of ice, looking at a crystal-clear fruit tree in front of him, with an ugly expression. This fruit tree was about the height of a person, and its leaves were like ice cubes, exuding a threatening chill. Above the fruit tree, there was nothing, but at a certain position on a branch, there was an obvious mark of being plucked. I miscalculated, someone got here first. Yang Kai had an annoyed expression on his face. This fruit tree was the fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. Under the leadership of the little snowflake, it took a full 10 days of searching before Yang Kai finally found a fruit tree of the tribulation fruit. However, the tribulation fruit that should have been there had been taken away. Judging from the traces of being plucked, there should have been a spirit fruit on this fruit tree just a few days ago. Master, you did your best, don't blame yourself. Lu Yan saw that Yang Kai's expression was not very good and quickly comforted him. I just want to know, who took this spirit fruit? Yang Kai frowned. Although the tribulation fruit was precious and rare, it didn't have a wide range of uses. Even if it was taken away, it wasn't really useful. If he could find out who took the spirit fruit, Yang Kai could take out a corresponding treasure to exchange for it. As long as the other party wasn't a difficult person to talk to, they should be happy to make this deal. At worst, Yang Kai could just give the other party a little more. But the current situation was that Yang Kai didn't know who took the tribulation fruit. This made it impossible for him to implement this method. Is there any such fruit tree in the winter territory? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the little snowflake expectantly. The little snowflake's vague facial features appeared, and she slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's last hope was shattered. He sighed softly and began to ponder. After the Four Seasons realm opened, the cultivator who entered could stay there for 33 days. When the time limit was up, they must rush to a specific location and leave the Four Seasons realm. Otherwise, once the time limit was up, they would be trapped there. Counting the days, it had been almost 20 days since he entered here, and he spent more than half of this time in the winter territory. From here, it would take a few days to get to the location of the exit, so there wasn't much time left for him. What's more, he had almost run through the entire winter territory and more than half of the spirit grasses and medicines in the winter territory had been taken by him. Now that the tribulation fruit had been taken by someone else, it was useless to continue to stay here. It was better to rush to the exit first, wait for the disciples of the major sects to return, and find an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly made a decision. He turned to the little snowflake and said, "Send us out of here." "Master, are you leaving?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked. "Hun." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Yan naturally had no objection, but the little snowflake seemed to be a little unwilling. During this period of time, this lonely creature had experienced too much fun. Now that they were going to separate, it was naturally a little reluctant. Yang Kai grinned and said in a provocative tone, "If you want, you can come with me." Hearing this, the little snowflake's wrinkled facial features relaxed, as if it was showing a joyful expression, but soon, its head drooped down again, and it seemed to be in low spirits. Lu Yan whispered softly, "It can't leave the winter territory. It is different from me. This land is where it was born, its roots are here. If it leaves here, it will soon perish." "How can that be?" Yang Kai was stunned. Lu Yan said, "If it leaves here, it is equivalent to me leaving my vessel. A tree without roots, water without a source, it won't survive for long. Unless what?" Yang Kai asked. "Unless there is a similar environment in the small sealed world, it can continue to survive," Lu Yan replied. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that his abduction plan had failed. He thought he had the small sealed world, and could place the little snowflake there. But it seemed he had been too naive. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, picked up the little snowflake, and placed it on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Don't be so listless. If there is a chance, I will come back to see you. Maybe the next time I come, I will find a way to take you away with me." Having said that, Yang Kai also knew that this kind of thing was basically impossible. He did not know how many years it would take for the Four Seasons realm to open again. And even if it did, he might not be able to enter it again. After all, by that time, he might have already become an Emperor realm cultivator. However, the little snowflake didn't think too much about it. It was just a strange creature born from heaven and earth, so its mind was pure and simple. After a few words, it got rid of its sad mood and became happy again. This made Kai Yang feel very guilty. From the ice field, it took 4 days before Yang Kai saw the Two Seasons mountain range. Although there were some gains along the way, they were not much. At this point, the little snowflake no longer moved forward. Yang Kai and Lu Yan bid farewell to it, and the sadness was not worth mentioning. After crossing the Two Seasons mountain range, Yang Kai went straight in the direction of the exit. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of each sect had already told their disciples that they must reach the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit was also clear. It was at the center of the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction at all. After 3 days, Yang Kai smoothly came to a plain, and from a very far distance, he found the exit of the Four Seasons realm. The exit was the same as the entrance to the Nameless Valley, an oval-shaped light gate, standing quietly in midair. The cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm could leave the Four Seasons realm through this light gate at any time. However, the time limit was not up yet, so obviously no cultivator would leave early. The situation was as Yang Kai expected. When he arrived, there was no one here. Counting the days, there were only 5 or 6 days left before the deadline. Yang Kai did not intend to explore other places in the Four Seasons realm. He planned to stay here to prevent anyone from leaving early and taking away the tribulation fruit without him knowing. While waiting, Yang Kai was also thinking about what he should use to exchange for the tribulation fruit if he really found it. He had countless precious items on hand, but many of them were things he could not give up, such as the 5 Emperor artifacts. These things definitely could not be exchanged. He still had a few Dao Source pills, which he had not used after refining them last time. But these things were only useful to peak Origin King Realm cultivators. A Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be interested in them. Yang Kai's harvest inside the Four Seasons realm was not small, and he might be able to take them out, but others might not be interested in them. After thinking about it, Yang Kai set his mind on the drop of Immortal Source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing was definitely a bargaining chip that no one could refuse. Chapter 2176. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Immortal Source Liquid, and Life Revitalizing Jade Cream were the three great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water was quite coincidental. It required the fall of a master, and the spiritual energy of their soul, to remain in the place of their death. Only then could Soul Cleansing Divine Water be born. Although it was rare, it was not extinct. The remaining two were, without exception, extremely difficult to find treasures. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was one thing. Perhaps in some hidden corner of the star boundary, such a thing existed, but no one knew about it. As for Immortal Source Liquid, there was no place to find it. Because Immortal Source Liquid was a derivative of the Immortal Tree. It was the life essence of the Immortal Tree. A drop of Immortal Source Liquid was enough to bring flesh and bones back to life, possessing extraordinary heaven-defying effects. In this world, the only Immortal Tree was planted in Yang Kai's small medicine garden, so others naturally had no way to obtain Immortal Source Liquid. The drop in his hand was the leftover from when he obtained the Immortal Tree at the beginning of the year, and he had never been willing to use it. Using such a heaven-defying treasure in exchange for a tribulation fruit, presumably no one would refuse. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the appearance of Immortal Source Liquid would cause other troubles. However, for the sake of the tribulation fruit, Yang Kai didn't care so much. If someone really asked about it, he could just pretend to be ignorant. No one would have thought that a supreme treasure, like the Immortal Tree, would be in his hands. Making up his mind, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. There were still 5 or 6 days left, so the cultivator who had entered the Four Seasons realm was not in a hurry to leave. At this moment, they were probably still looking for opportunities that belonged to them. Therefore, the area around the entrance was extremely quiet. Time passed by slowly, and a day later, on the plain where the entrance was located, there was still only Yang Kai, with no trace of anyone else. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes to look in a certain direction. In that moment just now, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation, which flashed and disappeared. However, when he looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, he did not notice it at all, causing him to feel a little suspicious, wondering if it was just an illusion. Just as he was pondering, a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared at an extremely distant location. The halo seemed to have substance, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Kai Yang suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes as he looked around. Up ahead, about 100 miles away from him, on the top of a tall mountain, a halo of light continuously fluctuated. At first, it was only a halo of a single color, but as time passed it changed. The color of the halo gradually became multicolored. Not only that, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be surging. Above the mountains in the sky, multicolored clouds surged endlessly, making the entire sky look extremely strange. A natural phenomenon, Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. The birth of a rare treasure? Although he didn't know what was going on over there, judging from the current situation, it was definitely the birth of a rare treasure. Moreover, it was an extraordinary rare treasure. It was impossible for such an obvious phenomenon to occur. How could it happen at this time? Yang Kai frowned, his face extremely gloomy. There were only 4 or 5 days left before the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, and as expected, the disciples of the major sects would begin to rush back. The place where this phenomenon occurred was only 100 miles away from the exit. In other words, the phenomenon of the birth of a rare treasure was very likely to attract a lot of people, and the more time passed, the more people would be attracted. At that time, it was bound to cause a scramble, and blood would flow like a river. At that time, His plan to exchange the immortal source liquid for the tribulation fruit would definitely be disrupted. So when he saw the natural phenomenon, Yang Kai's first thought was not excitement but annoyance. He felt that the timing was really bad for him. However, even though he was cursing in his heart, the natural phenomenon was so obvious that he naturally had to go and take a look. Thinking of this, Yang Kai directly summoned the flying boat, stepped on it, and pushed his source chi, turning it into a stream of light that shot over. The speed of the wooden boat was very fast, and it took less than a dozen breaths to cross 100 miles. As the distance closed, Yang Kai smelled a strange fragrance from the heavens and earth. When the fragrance entered his nose, it made him feel refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. Is it a rare medicine? Yang Kai silently judged in his heart. Moreover, this was a rare medicine that could help a cultivator's cultivation, because as the fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai faintly felt that the bottleneck of his first-order Tao source realm was showing signs of loosening. Yang Kai had only broken through to the Tao source realm not long ago, and although he had been fighting and cultivating diligently these days, and even obtained an opportunity on the flowing time Great Emperor staircase, he was still some distance away from breaking through to the second-order Tao source realm. But now, this gap had been narrowed significantly, which showed how heaven-defying the effects of this rare medicine were. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. Now on this plane, he was probably the only one who had arrived ahead of time, so if there were no traces of others, perhaps he could monopolize this rare medicine. This was really an unintentional willow growing into a shade. After all, Yang Kai had rushed to the entrance ahead of time with the intention of inquiring about the whereabouts of the tribulation fruit. While his thoughts were racing, Yang Kai had already arrived near the top of the mountain, landed on the wooden boat, and looked forward quietly. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, among the strange stones, there was a budding flower that stood quietly. This should be a lotus flower. Its petals were pure white, and untainted by even a speck of dust. Dazzling spiritual light flowed endlessly on the petals, and an enchanting fragrance wafted from it. It looked as if it didn't exist in the real world, blurred and enchanting. Not only that, there were some mysterious runes on this flower bud that were the size of rice grains. They were faintly discernible, and seemed to contain great mysteries. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as he muttered in a low voice. This is. While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Closing his eyes, he immersed his mind and checked the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip was something left behind by Gong Sun Mu. Yang Kai had already memorized everything recorded on it, but the thing in front of him still made Yang Kai somewhat uncertain. Only by comparing the contents of the jade slip could he confirm his observations. After a while, Yang Kai really found the answer he was looking for in the jade slip. Opening his eyes, a light of excitement and fanaticism flashed across them as he stared at the budding flower bud and shouted, "The extraordinary treasure lotus!" Gong Sun Mu's jade slip stated that the extraordinary treasure lotus was born from the world's destiny and is formed from the essence of the sun and moon. On the day it blooms, Emperor intent will fill the surroundings. Those who obtain this extraordinary treasure lotus have a significantly increased chance of reaching the Emperor realm. If it can be refined into a pill, the effects will be even better. In other words, this thing was a heaven-defying treasure that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle of the Star Boundaries cultivator realm. Except for a few pills that were almost extinct, there was nothing that could help a cultivator increase their chances of breaking through. The extraordinary treasure lotus was one of those pills. Moreover, it was very different from ordinary spirit grasses and medicines. It fundamentally improved a cultivator's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, and had an incomparable effect on a cultivator's ability to condense their emperor intent. The value of such a spirit flower could be imagined. If Xia Sheng, Wu Chang, or any of the other masters obtained this extraordinary treasure lotus, they would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 5 years. There was absolutely no possibility of failure. The Emperor realm was the mainstay of every great sect, the absolute backbone of their strength. The birth of every the Emperor realm cultivator was enough to significantly improve the strength of a sect. Thinking about it this way, the value of this extraordinary treasure lotus was simply immeasurable. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot, but soon, his expression became extremely gloomy, because the extraordinary treasure lotus in front of him had not fully bloomed yet and could not be harvested. If he rashly tried to harvest it at this moment, it would greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies. And even if it fully bloomed, it must be taken or refined into a pill in a very short period of time. Otherwise its medicinal efficacies would quickly fade away. In this world, there were always gains and losses. The extraordinary treasure lotus's heaven-defying effects were naturally due to its rarity. It was precisely because after it bloomed, it would wither within 3 hours, causing its aura to wither, giving it an almost legendary reputation. As a result, even if an extraordinary treasure lotus appeared somewhere in the star boundary and bloomed, if no one discovered it within 3 hours, it would wither away and cease to exist. I need to find a way to cover up this heavenly manifestation first. From the looks of it, it probably won't be able to bloom for a while, and if this continues, it will only attract more and more people. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to deal with, Yang Kai muttered to himself, but when he looked up at the obvious heavenly manifestation in the sky, he felt powerless. If he was proficient in spirit arrays, he might be able to use the power of spirit arrays to accomplish this, but his understanding of spirit arrays was still at the level of brute force, not enough to provide any help here. It was also impossible to put the extraordinary treasure lotus into his sealed world bead, as it could not be picked before it bloomed, nor could it be moved, otherwise it would wither away directly. As an alchemist, Yang Kai would certainly not allow such a reckless waste of heaven's precious treasures. For a time, he scratched his head anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, several figures came from different directions and stood not far away from him. The newcomers were 3 men and 1 woman, of which the woman was accompanied by another man while the other 2 were alone. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they all fixed their eyes on the extraordinary treasure lotus, all of them showing looks of surprise and shock. Only the woman dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she no longer paid him any attention. Chapter 2177. These 4 people were obviously also nearby, and had been attracted by the extraordinary treasure lotus's appearance. Pinnacle novel. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his expression was dignified without being angry. Surprisingly, he had the cultivation base of the 3rd order Dao Source Realm. The other person was a short-haired young man with a pair of sneaky eyes, as if he was always scheming something. His cultivation was neither high nor low, only 2nd order Dao Source Realm. The remaining man and woman seemed to be companions. The woman was petite and dainty, while the man was handsome and elegant. The 2 of them looked very intimate, and it was obvious that they were brother and sister from the same sect. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship, both of them also having 2nd order Dao Source Realm cultivations. At this moment, all 4 of them showed looks of amazement as they stared at the extraordinary treasure lotus, greed filling their eyes. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although he had been mentally prepared for the heavenly vision caused by the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, which would definitely attract a lot of cultivators, he hadn't expected someone to show up so quickly. And there were 4 of them at once. From the looks of it, there were still quite a few cultivator active on the plains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed here so quickly. Brother what kind of spirit medicine is this? After observing for a moment, the young woman asked the man beside her in a soft voice. She didn't recognize the type of spirit medicine in front of her at all. She only knew that it was an incredible thing. Brother slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know either." As he spoke, he licked his dry lips with an eager expression on his face. However, his eyes flickered. and he was extremely wary of the burly man. After all, the burly man's cultivation was the highest here. If he wanted to snatch the spirit herbs, he would be the biggest enemy. Brother Chungtai, do you recognize what this spirit herb is? At this moment, the young man with the crew cut suddenly asked the burly man. It was as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. No idea. The man called Chungtai answered in a low, muffled voice. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth with the crew cut and said, Brother Bao, you can't recognize him either? Bao Peng smiled and said, How can this Bao recognize something that even Brother Chungtai doesn't recognize? You think too highly of me. Humph. Chungtai snorted coldly and turned to look at the man and woman. He asked loudly, Do you know the two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect? When brother he heard this, he frowned and slowly shook his head. The young woman did the same. Chungtai turned his gaze to Yang Kai and shouted, Kid, you seem to be the first to arrive here? What kind of spirit medicine was this? Tell me about it. I don't know. Yang Kai looked bewildered and stammered. I was just attracted by this vision. What a bunch of trash. Chungtai didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish his words and couldn't help but curse. You can't even recognize a stock of spirit medicine, yet you still ran over here. His words scolded everyone. Brother he and the young woman from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect frowned in displeasure upon hearing this. But Bao Peng seemed to be well aware of Chungtai's temper and didn't mind. At this time Chungtai spoke again. No matter what this spirit medicine is, this Chung wants it. If you want to live, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Chung for not showing mercy. Hearing this, Bao Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, Brother Chung, this is not good. You have a problem? Chungtai looked at the youth with the crew cut and coldly snorted. If you have a problem, speak up and bear the consequences. The latter quickly raised his hand. Taking a few steps back, he hurriedly said, Brother Chungtai misunderstood. If you want this thing, how could this Bao dare to have a problem? It's just that these two from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect won't agree so easily. After all, this is a natural spirit medicine. Only the fated can obtain it. Hearing this, brother he nodded and said, Yes, spirit medicines of heaven and earth belong to the fated. Friend, if you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Although Chungtai was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, he and his junior sister were two people. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party. What's more, with such a rare treasure in front of him, he would not easily give it up. Do you too want to test this Cheng's ability? Hearing this, Chungtai grinned ferociously and said, I've heard that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect's Flowing Shadow Sword art is very mysterious, but I don't know if it's true or not. Since there is such an opportunity today, let this Chung experience the two of you. As he spoke, the source chi around Chungtai's body surged. His tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled up, and an intimidating pressure spread out from his body. He continued from where he left off. The two of you better not disappoint me. At this point he stomped on the ground, causing a crack to appear in the air. He was like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged towards the two people from the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. He had actually made a move directly. Be careful, brother, he shouted and spun around, leaving behind layers of afterimages as he and the young woman flew dozens of meters away. Sung sung. Two soft sounds rang out, followed by two cold flashes of light. Swords were unsheathed, filled with thick murderous intent. Brother he and the young woman held their swords in one hand and formed a series of seals with the other, striking strange postures as a biting cold sword chi suddenly burst forth. There should be a limit to looking down on others. Brother he shouted angrily. The other party had suddenly attacked him after a few words, causing brother he to burn with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted to the young woman. Junior sister, there is no need to show mercy. Don't worry. Junior sister will let him experience the power of the Flowing Shadow Sword art. The young woman chuckled as she slashed out with her sword towards Chungtai. At the same time, senior brother, he also used everything he had learned and joined forces with his junior sister. Every move was deadly. Chungtai was also a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so he did not panic in the face of danger. spreading out his palms as he fought one against two, without falling into a disadvantage. In an instant, the three of them were locked in a fierce battle atop the mountain, sword chi flying about, spiritual energy rioting, and the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones, creating a lively scene. The initiator of all this, Bao Peng, stood quietly in place, not showing the slightest intention to intervene. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on her face, as if she had gained something from watching the battle. Ha! Suddenly, Yang Kai sighed and turned his head to look in a certain direction, saying, "This spirit flower doesn't seem to have matured yet. Rashly harvesting it is not good. What if its medicinal properties are ruined?" The place he was looking at was empty. Hearing this, the three people fighting were startled and immediately stopped fighting, retreating from the battle, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced over at Bao Peng, who was standing not far away. "I already said, don't rashly harvest it. Friend, do you not understand my words?" Yang Kai shouted again, as he threw a punch towards a certain spot. As this energy rushed forward, in a certain place where there was no one else, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, a look of shock filling his face. This figure was now less than 100 meters away from the extraordinary treasure lotus, and from the way he was stealthily approaching it, it was obvious he wanted to steal it while no one was paying attention. Bao Peng. After seeing this person's face, Cheng Tai could not help shouting angrily. At that moment, the other Bao Peng, who had been standing in place and watching the battle, suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This was an extremely lifelike afterimage. The real Bao Peng had used some kind of secret technique to sneak away. You, Bao Peng, who had been hit by Yang Kai, could not help becoming angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai as he shouted, "Little brat, you court death." In his opinion, if not for Yang Kai's interference, he would have already taken the spirit herb and fled. But because of Yang Kai's existence, his plan had failed. Annoyed, he naturally flew into a rage. "I'm sorry." Yang Kai scratched his head helplessly. "If possible, I didn't want to expose you, but your behavior, it's really intolerable. It's simply too vile." He spat out in disdain. To others, these words had a different meaning, but what Yang Kai really meant was that doing this would destroy the extraordinary treasure lotus. The extraordinary treasure lotus was still far from ripening, so how could Yang Kai allow it to be harvested rashly? He had pretended to be stupid and weak just to buy time. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work. "That's right," Cheng Tai shouted. "After not seeing you for a few years, Bao Peng, you're still so despicable. Although this Cheng has been extremely careful, he still almost fell for your tricks." Although he had been fighting the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect before, he had not used his full strength, and had instead focused part of his attention on Bao Peng. It was only when he saw him standing in place, and not making any moves, that he was able to relax and fight. How could he have thought that the Bao Peng standing in place was just an illusion? The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also had ugly expressions at this moment. But they were more curious because none of the people present had noticed Bao Peng's trick, yet it had been seen through by Yang Kai. If it weren't for them clearly feeling that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. "Brother Cheng, please calm your anger." Bao Peng hurriedly cast a flattering look at Cheng Tai and said with a smile, "I didn't succeed and was seen through. That's because you're unlucky." Cheng Tai snorted coldly. "If you were lucky enough, wouldn't you have taken the spirit herb and run away by now? It's not a matter of luck." Bao Peng stared deeply at Yang Kai and said coldly, "What this Bao used just now is a secret technique of my 5 essence sect, the cicada shedding carapace. Even a master a level higher would not be able to see through it. It has always been an excellent escape secret technique. So it's the cicada shedding carapace." Cheng Tai whispered, obviously having heard of this secret technique before, his eyes complicated. "I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to be willing to teach you this secret technique." "That's not important." Bao Peng still looked straight at Yang Kai and said coldly, "This Bao is just curious. How did a mere first-order Dao source realm trash like you see through my tracks? Chapter 2178. Since the moment he entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai had been called trash more than once. This was not surprising though. Yang Kai's clothes were extremely ordinary. He didn't have any unique symbols of a great sect. And his cultivation was only at the low level of the first-order Dao source realm. These elite disciples from great sects and families naturally looked down on him. In the Four Seasons realm, a first-order Dao source realm cultivator was at the very bottom. Unless one had a background similar to Lan Sun's, no one would look at them with new eyes. This was a top novel. Bao Peng naturally didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Facing his question, Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, "My luck is good?" "I said it wasn't a matter of luck. You really are courting death." Bao Peng grinned, his expression extremely hostile. His good fortune had been disturbed by Yang Kai. So at this moment, he was naturally annoyed and couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, to vent the hatred in his heart. "This is your business, deal with it yourselves. This spirit flower, this Chung will be taking it first." At that moment, Chung Tai suddenly shouted and rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were startled when they heard this, but it was already too late to stop him, so they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. Bao Peng obviously had no intention of continuing to entangle himself with Yang Kai at this moment, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus. Everyone just wanted to grab this spirit flower as soon as possible. With a flash of brilliance, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of the extraordinary treasure lotus, blocking the path of the four people. Looking at everyone helplessly, he said, "Everyone, this spirit flower is not mature yet. Now is not the best time to pick it. If we act rashly at this moment, it may be a waste. Why don't we all sit down and have a good chat while waiting for this spirit flower to mature?" What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of the way." Chung Tai remained unmoved and quickly shouted, "Please cooperate." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "What if I say no?" In just a few words, Chung Tai had already rushed in front of Yang Kai and swung his fist, which was wrapped in a violent aura, towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he didn't hold back at all. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai in one blow. He sneered sarcastically, "Ignorant thing, don't blame anyone for your death. There's really no other way." Kai Yang muttered to himself. As these words left his mouth, his originally calm expression suddenly became ferocious. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile, looking extremely terrifying. He said sternly, "Speak properly. Since you don't want to listen, then let's make something you can understand." Saying so, a brilliant light flashed in his palm, and an emperor artifact appeared. Emperor's might filled the air. Yang Kai's sword swept out horizontally. He recited, "One sword for 1,000,000, one man against the pass. Asterisk chi 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 chi." Asterisk sword chi overflowed in all directions. With Yang Kai as the center, the invincible sword chi formed a terrifying fan shape as it leisurely shot outwards. A shocking pressure suddenly descended. The aura of death rushed towards them. "What?" Chung Tai's face changed drastically. A moment ago, he had a look of disdain and ridicule, but in the next moment, his eyes bulged as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he stared straight ahead. "Emperor pressure? This is Emperor pressure. This is an Emperor artifact." Bao Peng also exclaimed. Quickly forming a seal, he once again used the 5 Essence Sect's secret technique, Golden Cicada Shell Shedding. A lifelike afterimage appeared on the spot, as he dodged in the nick of time. The senior brother and junior sister surnamed, he from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also couldn't believe their eyes. The moment the Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword appeared, the Dao Source grade swords in their hands let out uncontrollable cries and clangs, as if they were trying to transmit a fearful aura. When Bao Peng shouted, the two men's faces suddenly turned pale. However, the two of them were from the same sect, and had lived together for so many years, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a series of hand seals with one hand, while gripping their swords tightly with the other. After blocking for a moment, they desperately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding this terrifying blow. Asterisk shio 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 shio. Asterisk sword chi surged as energy surged. After the flash of light, the four people who had rushed towards the extraordinary treasure lotus were now in three different positions, each of them pale and filled with lingering fear. Bao Peng didn't show any signs of injury, but the look of shock on his face revealed the shock he felt deep in his heart. The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect were also fine, but the hands holding their swords were trembling slightly. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and even though he had desperately resisted at the critical moment, he still couldn't completely neutralize the terrifying blow of the Emperor artifact. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, making him look quite miserable. Now can we talk? Yang Kai twirled his sword as he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Cheng Tai and the others all wore gloomy expressions as they stared at him with dread. They had all thought that this young man was trash, but he had suddenly taken out an Emperor artifact that everyone coveted and used a terrifying sword skill to seriously injure the person with the highest cultivation here. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Your Excellency, who are you? Cheng Tai endured the pain in his body as he stared at Yang Kai and asked. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai had an extremely powerful background? Otherwise, how could a trivial first-order Dao Source realm possess an Emperor artifact? Thinking of this, Cheng Tai couldn't help feeling apprehensive, not to mention whether he had the ability to defeat Yang Kai now. Even if he did, he would have to worry about retaliation from the great force behind this young man. The Song Tian sect he came from was not a great sect, only comparable to Flying Saint Palace. So how could he afford to provoke a great force? Friend, just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't take it too seriously. Bao Peng suddenly put on a fawning expression and squeezed out a smile. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile. Bao Peng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists. Many thanks, friend. This Bao still has important matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. After he finished speaking, he actually turned around and left the place at an extremely fast speed. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, secretly thinking that if this person didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great man in the future. Just from this person's decisiveness, it could be seen that he had an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that there was no benefit for him to stay any longer. Instead, he might attract danger, so he made a prompt decision to leave. Compared with Bao Peng, Cheng Tai and the other 2 from Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed somewhat indecisive. Because even after witnessing Yang Kai's methods, these 3 still didn't show any intention of leaving, as if they were still holding on to an inexplicable hope in their hearts that their luck would defy the heavens and allow them to obtain the extraordinary treasure lotus. Cheng Tai's attitude was one thing. He was seriously injured, and he was extremely wary of the great force behind Yang Kai, so he was obviously reluctant to leave. Brother He of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, on the other hand, was filled with greed. However, at this moment, his eyes were more focused on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. After all, compared to the extraordinary treasure lotus, which he didn't know how to use, this myriad sword was a genuine Emperor artifact, and a sword type 1 at that. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was a sect famous for its swordsmanship, and most of its disciples cultivated sword skills. If he could obtain this myriad sword, his strength would be greatly improved. This gave birth to many ideas in his mind. Friends, why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai looked at the group with a faint smile. Cheng Tai pursed his dry lips and stood in place without moving, but he didn't show any hostility either. He just silently urged his source chi to prevent his injuries from worsening. On the other hand, after Brother He heard this, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, the 2 of them exchanging glances. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura spread out from the 2 of them and merged with each other, causing the aura of the 2 second-order Dao Source realm cultivators to soar. His black hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. A strong fighting spirit filled the place. Senior martial brother, he stretched out his hand, and the young woman placed the soft cloth on his hand, as if they had a tacit understanding. The moment the two of them met, their already powerful aura soared to a new height, and a halo of energy visible to the naked eye soared into the sky like a pillar supporting the heavens. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have completely merged into one, no longer distinguishable from each other. Peerless spirit consonance art. Chung Tai saw this scene and suddenly shouted, his expression becoming dignified. After listening to him, Yang Kai immediately understood that this peerless spirit consonance art should be a kind of secret technique of flowing shadow sword sect similar to dual cultivation. After using this secret technique, a man and a woman's auras could be connected, and their strength would be greatly improved in a short period of time. After performing this secret technique, senior brother He's temperament underwent a great change. He seemed to have become extremely confident and arrogant. Holding his sword in one hand, he slowly drew a circle in front of him before staring coldly at Yang Kai and saying, "Hand over the Emperor artifact in your hand, and I'll spare your life." As he spoke, the young woman did the same thing. The tips of the two people's swords moved, creating a visible sword halo. After speaking, the two semicircles suddenly merged together and condensed into a circular sword seal. This sword seal gave off a clanging sound, as if it contained a great amount of power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Kai remained unmoved, simply standing in place and staring at the two of them calmly, his eyes clear and cold. "Enough nonsense, brother," he shouted impatiently. "What if I don't want to? Then you can die." "Brother," he shouted coldly as he leisurely pointed his sword forward, his movements casual and unrestrained. However, when the sword was pointed out, it caused the world spirit chi to go berserk. The circular sword hummed and suddenly shot forward. Along the way, the sword seal split into two into four into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with these circular sword seals, covering a large area of heaven and earth, giving people the illusion that there was no way to avoid them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.